Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
Poor baby. He took me to a tavern for lunch today. Lest I forget that the little aroma that one gets in a tavern and the old shuffleboard. God, it's been years since I played that. But I'm here to talk about steps tonight. 12 steps. And I have no idea what's going to come out because I never know ahead of time. So we're going to start playing with this thing. I have been here all week. I've enjoyed being here all week. Y'all got a lot of really neat places up here, and they're better than that, the people. I love the people up here. Y'all have got a warmth and an enthusiasm that I thought would only find in the South. I remember the first time I ever came up here, I said, God, I'm going up there with those really dried, stick-in-the-mud Yankees. And I didn't find y'all that way at all. So I don't think y'all are Yankees. I don't know what y'all are, but y'all ain't Yankees. Y'all remind me of the Oklahoma Sooners. I knew that'd get a rise out of you. That's a bad term up here now, especially, isn't it? Sorry about that. Makes you feel any better, they stomp our ass too. I'm Mary Pearl, and they call me Merp, and I'm an Al-Anon who is happy, joyous, and free. I'm happy, joyous, and free because I try to live and work the program that was given to us by Alcoholics Anonymous, the 12 steps. Now, I do not work the 12 steps like maybe some of y'all are familiar with working them. Now, I'm not here to teach. I'm not here as an authority. I'm not here anything to share my experience and how I work the steps. Now, I am a big book, black belt Al-Anon. Long before Al-Anon came up with the 12 and 12, I had been using the AA 12 and 12. Having read the Al-Anon 12 and 12, had not found it necessary to go to the Al-Anon 12 and 12. That's just how it is. We've got several pieces of literature in Al-Anon which are excellent. And then we've got some that I'm not real thrilled with. And that's one of them. We have another one called Blueprint for Progress. And for what it's designed to do, it's the most ineffective piece of literature I think I've ever seen. Now, I made this observation to the lady who wrote it. And at the time, I didn't know she had written it. She explained to me real quickly she had. And I told her, I said, well, what I said stands. That's how it is, you know. That's why I'm saying it's my experience, not necessarily yours. And I am not knocking any of our literature other than those two pieces. But for me, and perhaps some of you are like me somewhat, in that you have not been just a little garden variety, sweet little person that stayed home and martyred while her husband drank. That was not my deal. I have, as I'm going to share with you, I have in this step thing, well, you never know where we're going, but there's a lot of things that I share when I'm working through the steps that I don't normally share. So you're going to know me real well, chances are, by the time this is over. I want you to know that I do qualify for the Al-Anon program, and the reason I say I qualify, there's a lot of people who qualify for the Al-Anon program. They are associated, have been affected by someone's alcoholism, but that doesn't make me an Al-Anon. What makes me an Al-Anon is the fact that I qualify for Al-Anon, I attend Al-Anon on a regular basis, I work the 12 steps of the program in my life, and I try to help other people whose lives have been affected by alcoholism. And to me, that's what an Al-Anon is. Now, I don't know if you're out there, and I may walk on some toes, and if so, that's good. It might get you to thinking. But at home, we have a group of people that go with their husbands to open AA meetings and consider themselves Al-Anons. Well, that's just a open meeting attender as far as I'm concerned. And I despise to hear an alcoholic refer to his or her spouse or loved one as my little Al-Anon when they don't go and they don't attend and they don't work. That's one of those things that rubs me the wrong way, and that brings out one of my character defects, and it's sarcasm. And I have to tell them about it. You know, I've got another thing. I've been born with a need to tell everybody everything I know all the time. And I know a whole bunch. And I talk a whole bunch. But I'm not a teacher, and I'm not an authority. I'm just going to share with you this weekend how I work the steps in my life. Now, when I was born, I qualified for Al-Anon. Just by the act of being born, nothing I did on my own. But my mother's father, my grandfather, my maternal grandmother, an aunt and two uncles, alcoholic on my mother's side of the family. On my father's side of the family, there was one alcoholic. So when I arrived, I qualified. But did you know we didn't call them alcoholics back then? They were drunks. And I don't know that they even knew what the word alcoholism meant. But all my life, I knew what alcoholism was. It was what my grandpa was. And he was an under-the-bridge wino, what most people think an alcoholic is. And when this man drank, he got violent. And he would cause a lot of hell at home when he drank. So therefore, anyone who went out and drank, came home, had a bunch of trouble, this was an alcoholic. Now, it's important you remember that, because this is what an alcoholic was going to be to me. And this was what I perceived alcoholism to be. What are we doing? What's making the squeak, Peggy? Okay, you fix it. She'll be joining us for the next meeting. Too close. Get a beat with that and you got it made. You ever notice the fixtures of the world? They're right there. Okay. The alcoholics in my life, like I say, my grandfather's drinking embarrassed and humiliated me when I came in contact with him. Now, I didn't come in contact with him that often because he was sort of one of those people that you never went to visit and you hope he never came to see you. And he lived behind the seawall in an old bus. And this was like an old school bus. And he had him a little hot plate in there, and that's how the man lived. And this was what alcoholism was to me. So, as you see, I was a qualifier for Al-Anon. But this drinking did not affect my life other than a few times that I was embarrassed when he would tell somebody we were related. Other than that, I didn't really care what he did or didn't do. I can remember a few times when the man came to our house and he wasn't drinking. And those were pleasant times. He was a lot of fun. He could tell stories. His family came over in the covered wagons. He was in his 80s at that time. So I had mixed messages about it. You know, it's funny how somebody can be neat at one time and then be a completely different person over here. But I wasn't around it very much, so it wasn't any big deal. Now, so I have all those family members that are alcoholic. Now, the man that I married the first time became an alcoholic. Now, he didn't become or admit to alcoholism until after we were married. That worried me. You know how they say he didn't drink till he met you? Well, he didn't drink till he left me. Now, how about that? I didn't know till years later that he became an alcoholic, so obviously I had married to a dry alcoholic. And that explains a lot of the irritability, restlessness, and discontent in our home. I've always been a victim. I could find these people everywhere. I have a doctor who is alcoholic, a dentist who is, a veterinarian is a close friend who is. I have all these people. I seem to be a carrier. And I think the reason is it's my own addiction. Now, my drug of choice is adrenaline. I'm addicted to excitement. And if I don't have some, I'll make some. That's the way it's been all my life, as far back as I can remember. I will do anything to get attention. I will even come to Bellevue and talk on the steps. Anyway, I want to tell you today that those are some of my early observations about alcohol and what my personality, how I was going to be affected. You see, I noticed alcoholics got a lot of attention. And you know, it's always exciting when you're around alcoholics. So this was going to feed the sickness that was within me. Now, in order to work the steps, there are some musts. You know, I love it when people say there are no musts. Well, we got an expression at home, there's some damn well betters. And one of those, for me, is having a sponsor. That, to me, was one of my most important tools in working the steps. It's very difficult to do anything by yourself, and the premise that we use here in the fellowship is that you no longer have to do anything alone, and then we will try to work the steps alone. You ever notice that? How we fight getting a sponsor? I don't want anyone to tell me what to do. I know everything. And then there's some smart aleck will say, your best thinking got you here. You don't like that. You know, that's an observation you don't care too much about. But that's the truth. Our best thinking and acting got us here. So now, my sponsor is like a tour guide. That's the way I think of her. Now, I love to travel, and I love to go on tours. And the reason I love to go on tours is that I have a certain amount of time and a certain amount of money that I want to spend on a vacation. And in order to get the most for my time and my money, I want to know where to go, and I want somebody to tell me where not to go. All those places that you think they're going to be wonderful, and they'll say, you don't want to go there because that sucks. You know, all right? So your sponsor's the same way. This person knows how to work the steps. They've been there. A tour guide's been there. They know the territory. They know all about it. They can give you this information, and they can save you going off on these little side-end detours that's going to waste your time and money. And that's how I was when I came to the program. I wanted to do this thing. At first I wanted to do it by myself because my ego was such, but then after I tried that and it doesn't work. You know, you can go to meetings. I went to meetings for the first year. I was in a meeting every night. Now that's 365 meetings in 365 days. That's pretty good. Didn't change one darn thing. I was going to meetings. I didn't have time to do anything. I was going to meetings. And I was getting that reinforcement every night at the meeting. But I wasn't changing anything. I was hearing about resentments, and I'd say, yeah. And then I'd come home, and I'd hear about self-pity, and I'd say, yeah. And then I'd hear about all this stuff, and I'd come home, and I'd say, yeah. Nothing changed. Because I wasn't doing anything. I was just going to the meetings. So, you know, it's just like going to the meetings doesn't help in itself any more than sitting in the garage makes you a car. You're going to have to do something different. And so something different was working the steps. And I could not understand, you know, they have them on the walls in every one of the meeting rooms. You know, they have them. I could see where my husband needed to do those. In fact, I'd go with him to the open meetings occasionally, and I'd be there to highlight the important things by give him an elbow. Or I would come home and I would record stuff, and then I would play it in the tape recorder at home so that he'd be sure and get it. And it never entered my mind that I might need this same kind of help. I would see the things that he needed, but you see, I was perfect. Now, I don't say that it takes everybody a year to recognize there's something wrong with them, you know. But when I came in, we did not have meetings for Al-Anons in Arkansas. We didn't have them. It wasn't available. And every once in a while in one of our regular meetings, somebody might mention or they'd read the steps, but nobody ever talked about working the steps. So it's sort of confusing. It's just that stuff that you go through while you sit over there and you do your nails and what have you and get ready to tell them how bad it is at home. That's what the steps were for me. Wasn't a big deal. Well, my sponsor pointed out to me that the steps were for me. And I said, but which ones? I mean, I'm not powerless over alcohol. I can drink alcohol anytime I want to. And alcohol doesn't make my life unmiserable. And she'd just look at me. And I'd say, come to believe that a power greater than there is no power greater than me. I can take care of myself. And if there's no power greater than you, why in the hell would you turn your will over to it? It just didn't make any sense at all. And I said, the only thing that makes any sense at all is I can't keep him from drinking, and I'll carry that message. And that's what I did. That's how I worked those 12 steps in the beginning. And my sponsor had to sit me down. Okay, so now you've got a sponsor that's going to help you. But the regular meetings are important because you do need to hear what everybody has to say. And that bothered me. Have you ever get in a meeting with somebody that's just never says anything you ever want to hear? We've got a girl at home, God love her, and I don't care what the question is, her answer never fits the question. Y'all got them too, I see that. Okay. It doesn't make any difference if you said, we're going to talk on resentment, she'll say, I made a quilt last week. And when she gets through talking, she always says, now, I don't know if that fits the question or not. And I said, no, it never does, but we're always interested in what you have to say. I learned a lot from her. I learned a lot of patience and tolerance from that girl. But these were the regular meetings. I think it's important to have your home group where you go to your regular meetings, where people get to know you. You know, there's a lot of times you can flip from group to group to group to group, and nobody ever really knows who you are. That's real neat. You know, you can just sort of swarm in anytime you want to and tell them how wonderful you are and leave. But with the regular meetings at a home group, I then had to have 3 things that I didn't have at all: honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. I didn't know how to be honest. I don't know if you've had that problem. I did not know how to be honest. I lied so much I didn't know the truth. That I could put a finger on the truth. And as being an open mind, I had an idea about everything, and that's how it was, and I never changed my opinion. Because if I did, that meant I might have been wrong. And so you can't afford to be wrong, so you don't change your opinion. And that way you're never wrong. Can you relate to that? Okay. I had some other tools that I used along the way besides the sponsorship and besides going to the meetings and with my trying to develop an open mind and become willing to do it. Pain's always been a good motivator for me. You know, if you hurt bad enough, you'll be willing to move from where you're at to another place. And I found that in the beginning when I came into the program, I had tremendous pain tolerance. Thank God today I don't have that kind of pain tolerance. You know, that's the kind that keeps banging into the closed door saying, this time it's different. I'm going to make it this time. I had that kind of tolerance. I could stand that till my face got flat. Okay, now I believe in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, it doesn't make any sense to me to take 12 steps out of the big book and not read the rest of the book, any more than it would be to read the 23rd Psalm and say, don't read the rest of the Bible. And in that book, and in the 12 and 12, are the exact directions, the specific directions. And if you feel funny about that, as an Al-Anon, read the foreword to the 12 and 12. It tells you that it is a book for anyone who is trying to work the 12 steps. It doesn't say this book was written for alcoholics. It said it's written for anyone who's trying to recover through the use of the 12 steps. Our Al-Anon family groups, the Al-Anon Faces Alcoholism, the first edition, the Dilemma of the Alcoholic Marriage helped me tremendously in communication. There was just a lot of things. We do have a lot of excellent Al-Anon material. But like I say, the big book and the 12 and 12 probably changed my life more than anything. If you read, especially on steps 4 and 10 in the 12 and 12, those 2 things had more impact on changing my life and making me aware of who I was and what I was doing and where I was going. Now, how did I get to Al-Anon? I've got all this qualification, and you've heard how I got in the Al-Anon, what I did that first period of time, but how did I get there? I issued an ultimatum to my husband. That's how it started off. I issued an ultimatum. My husband drank, and he got in a lot of trouble when he drank. He got me in a lot of trouble when he drank. He would drink in places I'd get thrown out of. He would put himself in situations that it was necessary that I go to jail. His behavior was just intolerable. And you know, I got tired of taking the kind of abuse that I was putting out. And so I issued an ultimatum, and I said to the old boy, I said, you know, you're going to have to quit drinking. And he said, or what? And I said, or you're going to have to get out. Well, now this terrorized him because I was working and he wasn't. I was providing him money to drink on. I was taking care of the man, let's face it. And so it terrorized him to know that I was beginning to cut off all these resources. Now, I had threatened this many times, but you know how there comes the day that you really mean what you say, and they seem to know and sense that this is the day. And so he made this statement: I'm sick. And I said, that's right, you're sick. And he said, I don't know why I do what I do. And I said, I don't either. And he said, but there's just something that comes over me. I don't go out to get drunk. And I said, well, we'll take you to the doctor and find out what's wrong. Now, we went to the doctor, and the doctor found out what was wrong with me. Because I'd been coming to him for a long time with a list of complaints. And he would say, is there everything all right on your job? And I'd say, yes. And he'd say, how about home? Fine! You know that little white knuckle thin lip? Fine! So now he knew there was a drinking problem in our home, because that's how my husband expressed it. He said, I have a slight drinking problem. And the doctor said, well, perhaps you may be an alcoholic. He said, I don't know. All I know is that if you have a drinking problem, there's nothing I can do about it. You should go to Alcoholics Anonymous. And my husband was appalled. And he said, I'm not an alcoholic. And I said, that's right, he's not. He didn't drink like my mother's family drank. He was not an alcoholic. But he had some friends who had gotten a prescription for some little pills. And they were called Antabuse. And my husband said, that's what I want. All my friends are taking Antabuse. Didn't he have lovely friends? So I went home, and what I heard the doctor say was, here is a pill that if he takes it, he can't drink. Now, that's not what the man said. But you know, we hear what we want to hear. We see what we want to see, and this is what I heard and saw. So I went home with my little prescription for Antabuse, and I got it filled, and I made sure that he got a pill every morning. Now, I had high blood pressure. We have an epileptic dog, and JD was on the pill. Every morning in a rush, I can't guarantee you who got what, but everybody got a pill. Now, what have I been saying all these long years of alcoholic drinking? If he'll quit drinking, I'll be okay. And he had, and I wasn't. Now, that's a bummer. No matter how you look at it, that is a bummer. But it's still his fault. I was not ready to become responsible for my own actions at that point. So everything, I was always a victim. And there was always someone or someone else to blame. Before JD, it was that boy I was living with. Before that, when it was that husband. Before that, it was my mother. Before that, there's always been someone in my life that's made my life miserable, I thought. And I would blame these people all my life. So now here's JD, and he's not drinking, but my life is miserable because we are suffering. He's suffering from alcoholism, untreated alcoholism. I'm suffering from Al-Anonism, untreated Al-Anonism. And we're having this happy little home. Now, a little typical scene in our happy little home is I come in from work, and he's working now. You know, he hasn't any excuse. He can go to work now. And I took him to work. Not that I didn't trust him, but I gave him a dime for emergency phone calls. And I would go pick him up from work and bring him home, and I would say, honey, what would you like for dinner? And he would say, anything. I'd say, how about fried chicken? No, I don't want fried chicken. Well, what do you want? Anything. Well, how about spaghetti? I hate spaghetti. Well, what do you want? Anything. So I would fix anything, and he would look at it and he'd say, I'm not eating that. And I'd say, well, you have a choice. See, even before Al-Anon, I knew there were choices. I said, you have a choice. You can eat it or wear it. Sometimes he chose to wear it. He would go in to get dressed, and he would say, what do you want me to wear? And I'd say, I don't know. He'd say, lay me out something. I would. He'd say, I'm not wearing that. What do you mean you're not wearing it? I don't like that. Well, then you pick it out. You know I can't pick out things. Well, what do you want to wear? I don't know. Now, these are just little things, but these are the little things that drive you insane. These are this little happy time that you're at home. See, he's not drinking. When he was drinking, we didn't have these problems. He never ate. And he escaped and dressed before I got home. So these were problems that we didn't have. Wasn't sobriety wonderful? He was stark raving sober. We began to play this little game. It's called War. Whoever dies, the other one wins. It seemed like he was put on earth just like my mother to make my life miserable. I hated him. I absolutely hated him because it wasn't okay. My life was not okay, and it's his fault. So then I decided, you know, if it's not his drinking, it just must be him. Well, I'll get rid of him. Now, divorce was not an option. I'd been married before. I'd had a mistaken marriage. You know, if you pick one wrong guy, everybody's entitled to a mistake. But if you have another, and there's something wrong, you know, it might look like something's wrong with your picker. And nobody wants a broken picker. So I thought, you know, it would be nice, instead of being a divorcee, that's such an X-rated word, you know, and all your friends knock on you when you're a divorcee. And so I thought maybe if a widow sounded good. So maybe if he'd just die. He wasn't dying fast enough. I'd watch him for signs. And he'd say, oh, I'm dying, and and he'd wait. So I began to dream about his dying. It was so wonderful he was going to die. Now, I never planned the funeral. I just got off on the homicide. Now, there had been a point in my life back before he ever entered it, I considered suicide very seriously. Obviously, I didn't do very well with it. But homicide sounded like a better deal. And so I began to think of ways to kill him, and it was not necessarily kill him in my mind. It was ways for him to die. And it was okay for him to die, because if you were living like I was living, you would understand. If you were on a jury, how in the world would you convict a poor, sweet thing like me when I would tell you of this terrible way I'm living about the spaghetti and about the socks and the shoes? There's no way that you would ever say that there was anything wrong with me having him removed. And so I began to think about how to remove him. And my favorite was take an ice pick, stab him in the neck, and watch him drip. Doesn't that just give you goosebumps? I loved it. Then there was the back over him with the car routine. You always keep good tires on the car. You want to leave those little marks so you can leave your identity. You know, the idea of the police catching you and finding, I mean, I was going to tell them, I did it. I did it. It was like I was going to get the gold medal at the Olympics. I did it. And then I read in the newspaper at home where a woman had killed her husband under similar circumstances, and they put her away. And I thought, what a rotten thing to do. And so now I began to get a little sicker. And I said, you know, it has to be the perfect crime now. And that left out all those good ones, because you got to be a little sneaky about it now. And I thought, you know, he's going to drink sooner or later. He always does. See, intuitively, I knew that this was not going to work. And I said to myself, what we need to do is, aha, if a drunk were to pass out and drown in the bathtub, who would know? I still think it'd work. I've always liked that one. It sounds good to me sometimes, even today. And I began to think on that. I began to think about that. And I began to wait. Now, I have infinite patience when it comes to waiting for revenge. I've never had any problem with that. I believe in slow, premeditated revenge. I can wait forever. And I knew that sooner or later he was going to drink again, and I could put the plan into practice. I knew it was going to happen. And sure enough, the year to the week that he quit drinking, J.D. got drunk. And we had ice and snow on the ground. And lo and behold, When he came in, he wiped out our hitching post horse, which was cast iron, at the end of the drive. He came fleeing across the yard, bounced into the redbud tree, and then hit the side of the house. And I thought, gosh, he lost control on the ice and snow. No. He opened that truck door and he poured out. Now, I'd seen that too many times, and I knew he was drunk. And I looked out my window, and I said, I'll kill that SOB if it's the last thing I ever do. Now, the significance of this is, I don't know about you, but you see, the longer I think on something, and the longer I meditate on something, the more likely I am to act upon what I've been thinking. So here I was. JD came through the door. We had a little ritual we used to play when he'd come through the door. He would stand in the door, and he'd say, hey, bitch. And I'd say, have you been drinking? The most brilliant statement in the world. And he would say, no, or only two. Only two. When I ask or hear anybody talk about they had 6 drinks, I know they're not alcoholic. No alcoholic has ever admitted to more than 2. So we didn't play this little game this time. When he opened the door, I just hit him. Because that's what always happened before. I would get mad and hit him. And when he fell, he hit the coffee table and it knocked him out. So I drug him across our floor, in the living room, down the hall, into the bathroom. And I took his clothes off of him. I ran the bathtub full of water, and I put him in, and I held him under until the bubbles quit coming. Because I hated him and I wanted him dead. And then this voice came inside my head, and it said, you can't do this. Look at what you're doing. And I picked him up by the hair of the head, and I said, the hell I can't. And I put him back down again. And then the voice came back, and it said, you're committing murder. You're taking the life of someone you once loved. And that like to have scared me to death. You see, I didn't think up until that moment, that was the first moment, that the idea that what I was doing was premeditated murder. That was the first realization, the moment of sanity in a long period of mental illness leading up to that point, not realizing I was getting that emotionally sick. And fortunately, I was able to jerk him out of the tub, and I had worked for the Red Cross years before, and I resuscitated him. Now, you'd say, this got her to Al-Anon. No. No, it takes what it takes. That got him to AA. Now, that act in itself did not. But he like to died over that particular drunk. He had alcoholic poisoning. I didn't even know what it was. All I know is I heard him scream and beg for help and what have you, and I wouldn't even go in and see about him. And he liked to hemorrhage to death. But I came home from work. Isn't it funny how I could justify, because justification and rationalization were dear friends of mine, and I could sit there and I could look at that situation, which I did for several hours. I rocked in my chair in the living room and thought about what had just happened. And I said, you know, if he hadn't got drunk, I wouldn't have had to do that. And you see, that was a lie, because I'd been planning that for a long time. But I couldn't look at that. So you lie to yourself and you swallow down and you put it in a frame where you can stand to live with it. And I've done things that were unacceptable all my life. Things that I was ashamed of, things that I was afraid of, things that I had done, thoughts. I'd put them back and say, oh, well, if you were in this situation, you'd have done this too, and it's okay. And that's how I went. But when JD was able to come out of that room again, I came home from work, and I saw him at our bar, and he was shaking. He was trying to drink a cup of coffee, and he was shaking so hard he was not having much success. And he said, would you call Alcoholics Anonymous for me? I must be an alcoholic. And that was the beginning of his recovery. Now, I was not real thrilled. I took him to his first AA meeting, and by the way, it was only 6 blocks from our house, and it was an hour later from the time I called that night. They just happened to be having their once-a-week meeting at that time back then. But anyway, I went there, and I was appalled about having to go in a room with a group of drunks. God, can you believe that? You know, it's bad enough having one in the house, but to have to go in a whole room with them. And when I got there, they were really weird people, too, I'll tell you. They didn't even dress like drunks were supposed to dress. I didn't see a one of them that looked like Grandpa, except there was this one guy that had a sweater on that looked like a colander. it had so many little burnt holes all over it, you know. And that, of course, had to be the one that J.D. homed in on and asked to be his sponsor. Now, Durwood looked worse than Grandpa did when we put him away. I was not real impressed. And they told me that night there was Al-Anon for me. And I looked at them and I said, "What?" They said, "We have Al-Anon. It's for you." And I said, "There's nothing wrong with me." And I was very sincere, and I was just very offended that they should suggest there was something wrong with me. But they gave me some literature, which I paid no attention to whatsoever. I wouldn't read that trash. But I didn't throw it away. And I put it in my desk at home. And J.D. started going to those meetings. Now that's terrible. He was gone more now than he was when he drank. I didn't like it. He was out late and he would say they were talking. I knew what he's talking about. Yeah, I knew. He's telling everything I'd ever done to him. He was out there blowing his guts. I knew. I didn't want to hear that. And then one night he didn't come home. It was getting later, and this girl had given me a card, just had a little name, said, "My name's Arlene. If you ever need to talk, give me a call," and her phone number. And I picked up that and I called her that night, and I said, "Him and that old reprobate that he calls a sponsor, they're both out drunk. I know they are." And she said, "No, they're probably not." And when he came in, he told me they'd been playing Moon. Now, that worried me. Now, if y'all don't have Moon up here, it's a domino game. But what I thought mooning was, I thought, my God. And at his age, whoo! But anyway, all of this got me so frustrated that J.D. came home and made the best announcement he could have made in 100 years, and that was, "Guess what? I got fired today." And I couldn't believe it. "What do you mean you got fired? You worked 1 or 2 days a week drunk for 10 years. You've been working every day." They told me I'm fired. Well, I'll find out why. So I called his boss and demanded to know why he had fired my husband. And he told me that I didn't work there and it wasn't any of my business, and hung up. How rude. Now, I didn't want y'all to get the idea I was a manager and controller, that I had any idea what was going on. But this seemed to be the last straw for me, because it was so threatening. All of a sudden now, that job that J.D. had where he had worked 1 or 2 days a week, that was not that much income, but it was the idea there was none. And this frightened me. And so I went to my first Al-Anon meeting. And I wanted to know how to manage when there's nothing left to manage. That's what I wanted to know. And I wanted to know, how do you keep an alcoholic sober? That's all I wanted to know. And you know, they couldn't help me at all. That was so disgusting. They said, "We don't know." And that's depressing when you go and all you got is, and they should know, my God, they're married to them. They ought to know this. And I looked at them and said, "What do you mean you don't know?" And they said, "We just don't." And so that's how I got to Al-Anon. Now, that's a depressing way to have to get to Al-Anon. But did you know, I've never met anybody that when everything was going wonderful in their life, that they just happened to notice Al-Anon ad in the paper, were curious about what was going on, and decided to trip in. I've never known one to come like that. But I have seen a lot that come like me, because there's nothing wrong with you. A lot of us seem to come like that there's nothing wrong with us. Okay, blaming. I want to talk just a minute about blaming, because that has a lot to do with step 1 for me. The blaming. If it's your fault, I've not got any hope at all. There's no hope, because I'm powerless over you. But if it's my fault, I got hope, because I can change what I'm doing to me. And it took me a long time to learn that principle is the first step. That blaming you all day long does not change one thing for me. And see, all my life I'd blame people. If you hadn't have done this, and if you hadn't have done that, and if you had have done this, or you had have done that, I'd be okay. And that's not the truth. The truth is how I react to what you do and don't do. It's what I do in relationship to what you're doing or not doing. So the blaming. was one of the things that I had to give up. And I wasn't ready at first. I fought this program with every fiber of my being. I don't know if any of the rest of you are fighters out there. If you just came in and said, lay the Al-Anon sheet upon me, I'm ready to go. I fought it. And I would tell them why it wouldn't work. My sponsor had lots of exercises for me to do that I said, that doesn't make any sense. I said, that's not logical. She says, you're not either. She told me that she wanted to start my day off. She wanted me to get up, go into my bathroom, look in my mirror and say, good morning, Mary Pearl. There's nothing going to happen to you today that we can't get out of. Love God. And isn't that stupid? Is that stupid or what? And I told her, I said, I feel like a fool doing that. She said, better feel like one than act like one. She was a very cruel person. She had me doing lots of little things. I had little signs around the house. She made me put all these dumb little signs. You don't have to tell him what to do. I said, what do you mean I don't have to tell him what to do? Who will tell him? She said, God will tell him. Oh. I hate that. I wanted to tell him what to do. If I didn't tell him what to do, he didn't know what to do. And that was the truth. I told him so long what to do, he really didn't know what to do. You know, our literature says that when we do stuff for people, we make their failure to do it permanent. And that's what I'd done. He has a rotten sense of direction. Now, I don't know if he always had that, but I always pointed it out to him that you're going the wrong way. And I'd get him so nervous that even if he was started off the right way, he'd get confused and change it and end up going the wrong way. And I'd say, see there, you're going the wrong way. He told me, he said, I can't drive with you in the car. I said, well, what do you mean? He said, you won't shut up. Well, we'll take 2 cars. And then I'd get lost. When he was drinking, I was telling him about driving. I said, I'll drive, you're drunk. You ain't got enough sense to drive. And I'm giving him this little sermonette while I ate the back end of a Toyota. And then I left the scene of the accident. I left to go find a telephone, and he's out wandering around with his bottle, you know. And the police came, and they tried to arrest me for drunken driving because they'd found alcohol in the car. Things like that were everyday occurrences in my life. Not that there was anything wrong with me. Okay. Could you say my life was unmanageable? I'll tell you about your life being unmanageable. I didn't think my life was. Do you know what my job was? I was a manager. I worked at an insurance company, the largest insurance legal reserve company in Arkansas, and I was in charge of a whole department, the sales force, for God's sake. And so I gave everybody their little marching orders every day, and I would tell everybody what to do. I was a good manager, but when I'd come home, J.D. would say, you're not the foreman here. You know, he didn't like the managing. So it was real hard for me to see that my life was unmanageable when I was paid well to do what I did, and I did what I did well. Naturally, I love to manage. But some of the unmanageability of my life was not necessarily the little acts of things that I did that sort of screwed up. But my unmanageability came from thinking. Now, I don't know about you, but I have a strange way that I think, you know. I'll be laying there in bed. You go to bed at night, most people go in, lay down, go sleep. I didn't. I'd go in, lay down, and I'd think. And I'd plan tomorrow. Everything that was going to happen, I was going to say, they were going to say, he was going to do, I was going to do, we weren't going to this, we weren't going to that, and then I'd get up and ain't nobody knew the plan but me. And then at the end of the day, I'd lay down and I'd do a 10th step on that, and I'd wonder where they went wrong. You know, I couldn't sleep at night because my mind was going all the time. My thoughts were becoming unmanageable. I couldn't keep myself. Do you have evil thoughts? And you knew they were evil thoughts, and they felt good. I had a lot of those, and I began to wonder, you know, the more I went to the meetings, the worse I got. It's the only program in the world that you go to well, and the longer you stay there, the sicker you get. Because people would say things in that meeting. Like, for instance, one girl came in and she talked about how that she had an expense account and that how she padded stuff and how dishonest that was and how she was having to make an amends, that I could have puked. I had an expense account. I had a petty cash drawer. That was enough to drive you crazy, trying to figure up in your mind now how much you'd robbed out of the petty cash drawer. You know, and my life was getting more unmanageable. The more I came to Al-Anon, my life began to get more unmanageable. I began to see all the dishonesty that was going through my life. And guess what? It wasn't anybody's fault but mine. And that makes it real unmanageable, and you don't want to think too long on that. I began to get scared a lot now. I began to see that I was powerless even over myself. Did you ever try not to do something and you knew you shouldn't do it, but when you got there you couldn't help yourself and you did it anyway? And then my husband said, "That's just how I feel when I drink." I said, "God, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible." Because I didn't mean to be that way. I'd say, "This time it's going to be different. This time." I'd lay in bed and I'd look over at him first thing in the morning and I'd say, "I wonder how our day's going to be." I'm turning my will and my life over to a recovering alcoholic. I didn't know I was doing that because what he did determined what I was going to do. If he did this, then I knew how to do this over here. I was a reactor. I didn't know how to do anything on my own. But if you'd have told me that, I wouldn't have believed that. I had to start seeing that I was reacting to everything. And when you're allowing somebody to be in control of your life, that's your higher power. So I'd check with my higher power every morning, you know, and see what I was supposed to do that day, and I did exactly what he said not to do. It's a little unmanageable. It's insanity, too. And that was where I began to see that there was some insanity in my life. But let's go back to the first step now. I'm standing here on the threshold of my first step, and I see that I'm powerless. I knew I could not keep the man from drinking. There wasn't a question in my mind. I can't keep him from drinking. I accept that. No problem. I didn't know I couldn't keep him from doing other things. I was not powerless over the man. And my sponsor had a lot of problem with me. She said, "Why don't you free him?" She said, "Lincoln freed the slaves." She said, "There's a constitution that says he's entitled to the pursuit of happiness." I said, "He is if he does it this way." I didn't know that. It didn't dawn on me that I was taking away someone else's freedom of choice when I was trying to manage and control them and fix them. So powerlessness means to me that what I'm doing is not producing any desired effect upon what I'm trying to manage. And if you're doing something and everything you're doing has no positive effect on it, chances are you're powerless over that. And that's the way I was over him. I was powerless to affect the change and get him to do what I wanted him to do. He would not manage. It's like trying to put you ever try to put him in a mold? I remember when I first met him and I was telling my family about him. He was so wonderful. He was so this. He was so that. Did you ever think about how you described your love partner until you got him? And then once you get them, you immediately say, "Now let's change them." If they're so wonderful, why is our first act to change them when we're powerless over them? J.D. said, "You sold me a false bill of goods." He said, "You were this sweet little old thing that never said anything, and then all of a sudden you turned to this bitch that wouldn't do nothing." And I said, he was right. I had. Well, see, you do what's necessary to get them. You know? You even live with them for a while just to show them how wonderful it is. And then you get married and you say no. Yeah. So there wasn't much honesty, was there? There wasn't much honesty in our relationship. There wasn't any acceptance. I never accepted anything that wasn't the way I wanted it. You know, I have no problem with acceptance if everybody does it my way. None whatsoever. But people won't do it my way. Because, see, I always know best. I've got this brilliant mind that always knows how to handle every situation, even if I've never done it before. Now, there's some of you here who have heard about my toboggan ride. Well, see, there's a prime example of my superior type of intellect. I've never seen a toboggan before in my life, but I know how to ride one. Tina said the other day when she was watching the Olympics and saw that woman going down the luge, you know, they're hanging on for dear life, going in and out. I said, I could see myself doing that. And I bet you I could get on one of those things and finish ahead of them and not have one day of training. See, that's the way I would do myself. I would think myself into that doesn't look hard. It surely ought to be this way. And it never entered my mind to ever ask anybody if it was. And I'd get into the most hellacious. Like there I was on a toboggan. Now, y'all have toboggans up here, I'm sure. A little old rounded front end on that little wood board. Well, in Arkansas, this year we had 4 years snow in one day. We got 16 inches of snow. Now, I never saw that much snow in Arkansas in my lifetime when I was a kid. 3 or 4 inches, and you'd get your sled out, and the sled had a little movable front end, and you could sort of guide it. And we had one little hill that if it got an inch of snow on it, we just went right down in the rocks and went down it. And so when I went to upon the plan. Now, see, Al-Anon says if it works, don't fix it. But it was never good enough. You have to keep modifying the plan. So I get on. I said, why don't we ride down on top of the trees? So I've got, and I'll tie me on the front with a piece of leftover rope, and I've got 3 people behind me, and I'm coming down a huge mountain onto a road. And I'm coming fast. And I don't have any brakes. I didn't know that. I don't have any steering. I didn't know that. See, all this stuff I didn't know, but I got on that damn thing anyway. And I came tearing down that hill, and there were cars going back and forth on that road. And I shot between 2 of them. I went down about 18 or 20 steps, cut in the ice, and through the bottom of the house I lived in. It'd like to kill me. And my landlady came running out, and she said, what are you after doing, you crazy Yankee bitch? And I looked up her, and I said, don't call me no Yankee. I was not in control. Isn't it funny how I lost control the minute I got on the toboggan? But I had lost control before I went up the hill and didn't know it. And what has always amazed me, have you ever noticed I'm a natural born leader? I don't know how to follow. I either lead or I don't go. But I've always been able to find these idiots that will allow me to lead them. You know, if just once I could get somebody with some spine out there that would tell me you couldn't do it. You know, when babies are born, the doctor brings them in and says, you have a boy, you have a little girl. And they brought me to my mama and said, you got to fix her. Because I've always wanted to fix things when anything goes wrong. We were talking about that tonight at supper, you know. If the waitress doesn't do it right, we'll show her how. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. If you're not going down the road right, you know, I used to try to help people drive. I used to try to fix them. You know, I would encourage them with words of love and care and kindness and consideration. And tell them what they were doing wrong with their driving. You know, you drift away from normal living, from normal thinking, normal actions and reactions. And another word for action, normal here could be socially acceptable, you know. You know, I didn't know what was normal a lot of times, but I had seen some guidelines of what is socially acceptable. Webster defines normal as being regular, natural, well-adjusted. My life did not fall under this category at all. My life was unmanageable because I had lost control of my emotions. I have been in self-will run riot for years. What I wanted, what I thought I wanted, what I thought I needed, what I wanted to do was the most important thing in the world. I was told in Al-Anon that in order to accept something, I didn't have to like it. Now that helps. I thought that when you accepted something, you put your stamp of approval on it and you said, that's right, I agree with that. And that's not necessarily the case. I found that I have to accept the fact that there's war going on in the Mideast. I have no power to change that, but I have to accept the fact it exists. And that's like I had to accept the fact there was alcoholism in our home. I had to accept the fact that I was sick. I didn't like that. But you've got to be able to see it, recognize it, and accept it before you'll ever do anything about it. Because as long as I can deny it, I'll never do anything to change it. Why should I? It's not real. So acceptance makes it real for me. Now, alcoholism is a disease. They teach us that it's threefold, and that they either have abstinence, insanity, or death. Well, I believe Al-Anonism is the same way. We either have acceptance, insanity, or death. If we keep trying to change, I always thought that the prayer said, change the things you can't accept. Change them till you get them acceptable. Sounds good, don't it? But that's not what it says. It says we have to learn that there's some things in this world that we have no power over, that we are totally powerless over. Al-Anonism, I love it. Ism, I like alcohol, ism. I used to think because my husband wasn't drinking anymore, and after a while he was going to get cured and he was going to get healthy. It don't ever go to Al-Anon-wasm or alcohol-wasm. It's always the ism in there, That's that I, self, and me that wants us to be in charge. Okay, I used a lot of managing and controlling tools. Now see if you've ever used any of these or had them used on you. Why? Why'd you do that? Why do you think the way you do? Fast talking for slow thinking. I like that one. Nagging. Fear. Frustration. Crying. Threats. If you do that one more time. Violence. One of my favorites. The purse strings. I won't give you any money. Silence. I did not use this one much. Now, J.D. prayed for the silent treatment. You have no life if you're living in someone else. And I didn't know that. You have no life if you're living. It's like that old Al-Anon joke, that the Al-Anon fell in the water and was drowning, and her loved one's life passed before her very face. I knew how that went. I got up one morning, and it was the morning to take the dogs to the groomer. It's a very simple morning in our home. I have 2 poodles. They need to go to the groomer. I look at the calendar. It's his daughter's birthday. I look out the window. It's raining. He's getting drunk today. I knew it. His daughter didn't like him. It was a rainy, gloomy day. He was going to get drunk. So I woke him up. And I said, come on, we're going to take the dogs to the groomer. And he said, I don't want to go. I said, that has nothing to do with it. I said, we need to take the dogs to the groomer. You don't need to stay home by yourself today. I don't want to go. You want to get drunk, don't you? He said, why would I want to get drunk? Because it's Vicky's birthday and she hates you and it's raining. That's why. He said, I'm going to sleep. I said, not in this house, you will. I said, you're getting up and going to take the... He said, I'm not going. Well, I've got to take the dogs because you get the appointment 2 months in advance. You can't afford to... I miss my doctor's appointment, but we do not miss the dog grooming appointment. First things first. So I was so mad, I got out of my car and I zoomed, and I was about 8 blocks away, and I said, shit, I forgot to put the dogs in the car. So I go back and I get the dogs. I came home later that day, and he was reading his big book. Wasn't that disappointing? I was disappointed because I was wrong. But now that's how crazy how crazy you can get. I compared my situation to everybody else's. Did y'all ever do that? I would look at people down the street and I'd say, God, they have such a happy little home. Look at them. They're out there like a happy little family. The guy's mowing the grass. The wife is standing on the front porch looking sweet. You know, what did our house have? Well, we had weeds in the front yard, and they had this strange woman that came out in her nightgown and would make announcements for the neighborhood. I would say, attention neighborhood! Attention neighborhood! JD is an SOB! JD, did you get that? They all felt sorry for JD. My neighbor came over and asked me after JD was 4 or 5 years sober, she said, your husband doesn't drink anymore, does he? And I said, not today. And she said, I didn't think so. You hadn't been real weird in a long time. I don't think they noticed him that much. You know, our program is a spiritual sickness, so it requires a spiritual healing. And I think intuitively we sort of know that, because one morning the police dragged me home. I was sitting on the steps of a Methodist church about 8 or so blocks from our house. I didn't go there. I was sitting there in my nightgown. I just decided I wasn't staying there with him anymore, passed out, not listening to me. But that's not crazy. You go into a bar, a place you wouldn't be caught dead in normally, and there he is, sitting over there with her, and you go over and you turn the table upside down, slap her flat, throw a drink in his face, and they throw you out. They have bouncers that throw you out when you're just there to save your home. It's cruel. It's cruel. You know, it's real funny, when JD and I first met, now that's sort of insane when I think about it. How did you meet yours? How did you meet your love of life? Was it a normal, everyday situation? Did you meet in the choir? Surely you didn't meet in a bar. Surely you didn't. Surely you did. I had joined the neighborhood softball team. It was our custom to go over to somebody's house after the game and discuss the game. Now, it was a mixed team. We had people of all ages, both sexes. It was a fun thing, you know. And it was everybody's turn to come over to my house, and this kid gets drunk at my house. Well, I didn't want to get in trouble with the sheriff for serving booze to a minor, so I drove him home. Isn't that noble? I'd already been in quite a bit of trouble with the sheriff of late, and I just didn't want to chance another go-round. I was known as the bizarre bitch that lived down the street. It's around Mother's Day, and the kid had bought a china tea set for his mother. Now, get the picture. It's the wee hours of the morning. I'm going into a strange house with a drunken 18-year-old kid carrying a china tea set. Your everyday situation. And when he flips the light on in his bedroom, there's a man laying on the bed with nothing but his underwear on. And he looks up and says, hot damn, little brother, you brought us a broad home. That's my husband. That wasn't too sane, was it? Did you know that the bazaar was every day for me? It's insane to have a need for revenge. That's a form of insanity. But I always felt, it started back a long time ago. Revenge. Where did revenge come into my life? When I was doing a 4-step, I found revenge. It happened when I was about 5. I went fishing. Mama and Daddy. I enjoyed going with Daddy. I couldn't stand Mother. Didn't even want her in the boat. Mother was out there, and I caught a little bitty fish. And my mother took one look at it, said, it is not a keeper. And with that, she ripped it off my hook, threw it back in. Well, I went into a squalling coma right there. And my daddy said, honey, come in the back end of the boat and we'll get her. Now, that sounds like fun. That sounds good to me, even at 5. And so every fish Mother would catch, she'd swing around. He'd take it off of her hook. He'd rebait her hook. She'd swing back around and give it to me, and I'd throw it over. Every fish she caught that day. So I learned how to get revenge. I learned when somebody does something ugly to you, you do something back to them as many times as you can. And that's what I had been doing up until yesterday. I've decided that, that may not be the way to live. So after I divorced my first, I take that back. I had not, that's one of those little Freudian slips. I had separated from my husband. See, I had pretended in my mind that separated was divorced, and that gave me the freedom to act as if I was divorced when I was still married, but I wasn't ready to become self-supporting through my own voluntary contributions. In other words, I was getting an allotment check from the government. Well, some are sicker than others. And I met this boy that I knew was an alcoholic who lived across the street from me. It was my first experience with an active alcoholic since I had moved out of my mother's home with my grandfather. And this boy would go out and get drunk, come home and beat up his wife. So I knew he was one of them. And she was pregnant of all things. Now, isn't that a tacky thing to do, to come home and beat up a poor little old pregnant girl? Of course, she was probably standing at the door giving it this, like we do. But anyway, she came over to the house and she said, "Would you take me to the hospital? I'm in labor." And her eye was turning blue and her nose was bleeding. And it made me so mad, and I went over there and I thought, well, I'll help her pack. And all of a sudden I spied him laying there on the bed. And you know how they sort of pass out with that smirk? And I looked at him and I thought, somebody ought to whip that sucker. I'm somebody. So I tied him up in his bed sheet and I beat the fool out of him. And then there was this other guy that lived on the other side of me, and he had weird hours. He was one of these people that got up in the morning at 8 o'clock or what have you and went to bed around 10. And see, I went to bed at 7 in the morning, and I got up around 1. I didn't work, just like the night hours. He would get out in his garden at 8 in the morning with a tiller right under my window. And I tried to explain to him about that, and he told me to shut my mouth and get my fat ass back in the house. He didn't hear about Mama and the fish, see. So I got a frog gig and headlight, and I mowed my grass at 11:30 at night. But that sheriff came to see me. Now, these are acts of insanity. And I do not believe that this is what the second step is talking about. That's the reason I wanted to tell you that. To me, what the second step is talking about is not these little isolated acts of insanity. It's that constant thinking that goes through my mind, going back to the same dumb stuff that's never worked and saying, this time it's going to be different. That is the insanity that I have to worry about. And I've gotten to the point now in my life, thank God, that when my mind tells me, this time it's going to be, I go, you're crazy. I recognize that insanity, and I believe that is God restoring me to sanity, to be able to recognize. Before, I never did. It just was another way. We call it at home another way around Laurie's house. I had to find, if this doesn't work, I'll go around this way, and we'll do it this way. And if that don't work, we'll go into plan C. I believe every Al-Anon worth their salt has contingency plans. If this don't get them, then you go into plan B. And if plan B don't get them, you go into plan C. Because, see, this poor fool that told me to shut my mouth and get back in the house, my original plan was, he has 6 beagles. Beagles bark. 1 beagle barks. 6, you've got a chorus. And I would wait till the wee hours of the morning, and I would go out, and I would take a broom handle, run up and down his dog yard fence, run back on my porch, and he'd come out. My God, them dogs would be wild. He'd come out in his drawer legs. He'd hose them down, cuss them out, scream, do all this kind of stuff. He'd get back in his house. We'd wait 30 minutes and do it one more time. But the sheriff came back to see me. So I'd go into the next contingency plan, and that's the insanity I'm talking about. That keep going back and doing stuff over and over. It was that thinking that got me in trouble. Because, see, when I thought up the original plan, of the lawnmower. I already had contingency plan B, C, D, E, and F, which I implemented. And the sheriff came to see me every time. So I got the same results every time. Now, you would say, well, she's in Al-Anon now, and she's been restored to sanity somewhat, and she doesn't do weird things. I had been in the program over a year, and I went to Sears and Roebuck. Now, that is enough to test your serenity on a good day. I went to Sears and Roebuck and asked them for some joint cement. I wanted pre-mixed joint cement. Comes in a gallon like paint, ready to spread on the wall. Now, that's what I asked for. And the guy said, we have this powder here. And I said, no, I don't want powder. I want pre-mixed that's already like paste in a can. He said, well, we don't have it at this store, but they might have it at the other store. I said, would you call and see, lest I make the trip for nothing? He said, I'd be glad to. He called the store, the guy there, he even put me on the line to explain to the guy that I wanted in the can, the little mix, spread it on. The guy said, we have it. I said, now I don't want the powder. He said, that's right, we've got it. I drove completely across 2 cities to the other Sears store, and he hands me a box of powder. He lied to me. He said, well, it will work up just like the other. This is not what I came for. And he said, so what? Now, he didn't realize he was talking to a woman who is an attempted murderess. You know, he didn't know. And I knew that I would be arrested if I did to him what I wanted to. I wanted to inflict pain upon his person. Great pain. I knew I couldn't say to him what I wanted to say without being thrown out of Sears. And then all of a sudden I saw my victim. It was a philodendron. It was right next to where he was standing, and I said, do you see this? This is what I'd like to do to you. And with that I grabbed it and I bit this philodendron to pieces. Now, this is after Al-Anon. Some of us are sicker than others. Okay. So, we have any problems with sanity? Okay. But the step on step 2 says, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. If there was any way I could restore myself to sanity, I would have. But it's hard for an insane person to become sane. You don't have the tools to work with. Because if you could, you would. So I had to have a power greater than myself. Well, I didn't like God. I'd been mad at God since I was 12 years old. I worshiped the ground my daddy walked on. My daddy spoiled me rotten. And my daddy died when I was 12 years old. I had gone to church. I had learned about a loving God. But a loving God supposedly took my daddy away from me. And I wouldn't forgive God for doing that. Because my life, as I knew it, changed so radically from the point I was 12 years old. I no longer felt loved. I never felt loved again after I was 12 years old until I came into Al-Anon. I had a hole inside of me from that point forward. And God did that to me. That was my attitude. I never expressed it, so no one was able to tell me any different. You know, it's not socially acceptable to say that you hate your mother and that you don't like God. That's not socially acceptable. So I kept those secrets deep inside of me. Now, some people have, I had an acquaintance with God. I had a gimme God. God, give me this. God, give me that. And on the reverse, I had the gotcha God. God got you when you didn't do right. And I didn't do right a lot, and I knew it, so I always felt guilty and I always felt fear. And I don't know about you, but I cannot get close to someone or someone that I'm afraid of. Just can't do it. I can't trust you if I'm afraid of you. So I didn't have any relation. I had a Santa Claus God. I made a list, and I knew he had a list, and he was checking it twice, and I'd always been naughty and never been nice. So I knew there was no hope there. I could see, if I had a picture of God in my mind, it was like Judge Wapner. sarcastic and stern. That's how I saw it. I just didn't. I just had a hard time. But that's it. It says, come to believe that a power greater than yourself. So I would keep coming to the meetings, and other people began to share their God with me. And the way they began to share their God with me, people would say, let me tell you what God did for me today. I prayed and God did this, and I thought, oh, bleh. You know, that's just a bunch of bull. That's a coincidence. I mean, these people are freaky people here. They take a little bit thing. I had a hangnail and then it fell off. God did that. Just makes you sick at your stomach, you know. And they went around saying, let go and let God, let go. Bleh. I just hated all those old slogans. Hated it. And I could see a lot of them, they'd talk about what God did for them and everything. I'd say, well, I can see why God do that for you. You look like a pretty nice person. But you don't know what I've done. And there's no way in the world that God is going to love me for what I've done. I had such a thing of unworthiness that I could not believe that God would help me. Could not. But then, you know, as time goes on and people share, you get a little more courage to try to see. Now, my car was screwing up bad. JD had been off work. Like I say, he got fired, so he'd been off work for a long time. Finances were really critical. And my car now began to give me trouble. I'd be going down the road, and I love the lessons God's gives you. You see, all of a sudden, my car would turn itself off. It didn't have any power. It was powerless. And I couldn't understand, so I finally got a guy at the service station to look at it, and he said, your carburetor's full of trash and dirt. The carburetor's like the heart on your car. He said, it's full of trash and dirt. And he said, what you might can do until you can get that cleaned out and fixed, he said, you might can pour a little gas through the top. It might backfire enough to where it dislodge that trash so that you could get on down the road. And I said, we'll do it. Half measures avail us nothing. But I'm going to try. And it worked for about 2 weeks. And then you was having to do it every day. Every couple of times a day, there's a guy back there that had a sick carburetor. Then you was having to do it through, and that gets on your nerves. Really gets on your nerves bad. And I had about a 2-mile trip to go from Mama's home one night, and that thing stopped on me, and I was so frustrated. I had just had it with that car. And all of a sudden, in my mind, went, let go and let God. And I thought, why the hell not? And so I said, God, this is Mary Pearl. Well, now you talk to yours the way you want to. I want to make sure he don't mix me up with nobody. And I said, all I'm asking, if you really care what happens to me, if you really care, straighten this darn car out and just get me home. That's all I ask. And they said, there's always action, so I poured the gas in. And it backfired and quit. And I said, God, it ain't getting there like this. And so I went and I turned that key again. It was going ticky, ticky. You know, it'll just start jerking and bouncing. And I said, now, God, you're going to have to straighten this thing out or it ain't going to get there. And all of a sudden, it straightened out. And we went home. Now, you can call that whatever you want to call it. But when I got out of my car, I got out, and for the first time in my life, I knelt by my car in my yard, and I said, thank you to a God that I didn't know, but that I came to believe that could possibly care what happened to me. And that was my first step toward coming to believe. The first step. Because I was willing to try, finally, to believe. And then a little later on down the road, I decided, you know, this ain't so bad. And I went back and I told everybody at the group. And the majority of the people at the group said, fantastic. And there was one old sister in the car and said, that was a coincidence. And I told her, I said, I don't care what you believe. It's not important what other people believe. What's important is what I believed. And I believed that night that I recognized God cared what happened to me. Now, I don't know about you, but I always took credit for things in my life. I had a lot of good luck or I had bad luck. I gave God all the credit for the garbage that went down in my life. Anything bad happened, that was God's fault. Anything good happened, I did it. That's the way I did. But my sponsor said, you know, you're going to have to try to develop a relationship now that you know God's up there and that he knows who you are at any rate. He just knows who you are. He showed you now. He got you home. He cares what happens. She said, now you're going to have to learn to develop a relationship. She said, it's like making a telephone call. If it's somebody far off, long distance, and you get your connection, don't hang up the phone. I said, well, how do you not hang up the phone? She said, why don't you start inviting God to go with you? I said, what do you mean invite? She said, well, why don't you just say, God, come on, let's go to work. God, let's go in the office. I said, this is another one of them dumb things, see? It's another one of them dumb things. But I found like that mirror thing, when I didn't do that, my day didn't go near as good. I couldn't explain why that worked, but it worked. And I found that if I could figure out how it worked, I'd screw it up, because I'd have to change it. So therefore, it's just as well that I didn't know how it worked. So, the coincidence for me in this is the little miracles in which God prefers to remain anonymous. You can call them whatever you want to. Now, God can do these things if I let him. Now see, there's the big problem. If I'll let him. Because I want to do it myself. Self always wants to do it and take the credit for it. So I had to become willing to let go. Now, seeing's believing. When I could begin to see God working in my life, then I could believe it. I could see God working in other people's life, and I could believe that God was working. It was a very slow process for me. Because, see, I didn't feel like a child of God. I didn't feel like one of God's kids. I thought in order to be one of God's kids, you had to feel holy and pure. Virginal even, you know. I mean, you had to be good, you know. And I wasn't. I didn't feel those things. So it was a real long process for me to feel acceptable. So one night I'm sitting there, and I told God, I said, God, this Mary Pearl over at 409 Healy, don't want him mixing you up with another Mary Pearl. And I said, if you really love me, if I'm really your kid, and if you really care, show me in a way I can understand. And I sat and I waited. And nothing happened. Nothing happened. And I was discouraged now, because I had made a decision that I was going to try and give him my will in my life, but I wanted to make sure that he was going to take it. And nothing happened. So I even got desperate. I got the Bible down. You know how you'll open the book and turn to a page and point and read, and it didn't make any sense any more than it ever had. So I said, this ain't it. So the next morning I got up. I went to bed very, very disheartened that night. And when I went to bed and got up the next morning, I went in and I had laid the Bible on top of my one day at a time, which I read, and I believed in my one day at a time. And I jerked my one day at a time out from under that dirty old Bible, and it fell in the floor. And when it fell in the floor, it fell open. And I happened to look down at it, and I read, be still and know that I am God. And it gave me goosebumps all over. And I read it again, and it said, be still and know. And I knew then that God knew who I was, and that he would answer me on his terms, not my demands. But he was there, and that he did care. Now, you know, I was afraid to turn my will and my life over to the care of God. You know, that's not what the step says, by the way. The step does not say, I turn my will and my life over to the care of God. That step says that I made a decision. I don't think we know how to turn our will and our life over to the care of God. And it's by doing the rest of the steps that we're going to learn how. All we have to do there is make the decision that we're going to learn to live with God in the first position. I think that's all that step says. It's a very simple step. But I thought it meant that I was going to have to get good. I didn't even want to get good. Okay? I wanted my life to be some better, but I did not want to be one of them tambourine slapping goody two-shoes. I did not want that. I didn't want to have to go to the missions in Africa and save souls. I did not want to have to do that. And it was pointed out to me there was already people doing that. They didn't need me for that. Because that worried me, because I thought it meant I was going to have to get religious. And I didn't like organized religion, and I wasn't going to have no part of that. And my sponsor, she said, just pray and tell God how you feel. And let him be your friend. So I would invite God, and we'd go to work together, and we'd do this and we'd do that. And when I'd get mad and want to do something I knew I wasn't supposed to do, I'd tell him to get out of the car. That guy just cut me off at the pass there, and I'm going to tell him, get out of the car. You son of a... And then I'd say, come on, God, you can get back in now. And we'd go on to work. And that's how I did it. But I kept that running conversation with God. Okay. Now here it was a weekend, and I needed $130 more than life itself. It wasn't a payday week for me. JD was unemployed. There was no money. Where is it going to come? Where is it going to come? And I said, God, you see the situation here. I'm going to let go and let God. I'm going to let you figure this one out. I've tried everything I know. There is no way. Let's see if you can do anything with it. And I sort of just dared him with it, you know. But it was the best I could do. And I was sitting at my desk that Thursday afternoon at work, and they called me and they said, come around to personnel. We need to talk to you a few minutes. And I went around to personnel and they said, you know, we made a mistake on your pay last year that the auditors have caught, and here's a check for $140. I said, you're kidding. I've worked off and on, and I've never had them make a mistake and come back a year later and tell you they made a mistake. And there was not only the $130 I needed, but $10 more. And so what I saw was that God cared for my needs, and he took care of some of my wants too. I went back to my office, I sat down at my desk, and I said, God, I sure do appreciate this. And I cried. And I couldn't wait to get home to tell JD and my group what God did for me. What God did for us. And then JD said, why don't we go to the AA convention? I said, we can't afford to go to the AA convention. My God, you don't even have a job. My sponsor said, are y'all going to the convention? I said, of course not. She said, well, have you prayed about it? No. Well, you know, it's so hard to get used to praying about everything. It's so hard. She said, well, why don't you pray about it? So I went home and I told JD, I said, maybe we could pray about it. And that was the first time we ever prayed together. And we got on our knees by the bed and held hands, and we said, God, if it be your will, we'd sure appreciate it. We'd like to go to that convention. But we don't have any money, and JD don't have a job. But if it's your will, we'd sure appreciate it. And we got up. Went on, went to bed. Next morning I got up and I said, there's always action to take. What kind of action do we? Make a reservation. Act as if you're going. Okay? Act as if. So I went to the office, used our watch line, made the reservation. JD called me 30 minutes later and said, I got a job. Now, he'd been off work over 6 months. Been looking every day. But that day, we took some action together, and we prayed. Well, it came time for the convention, and we'd figured up to the bare minimum, if we eat peanut butters and crackers in the room, or if we have cheese, we can do this, but it's going to cost, and we had all this figured up. And we were $35 short, and JD said, I can't go. And I said, what do you mean you can't go? He said, I don't have anything to wear. We'd never been to a convention. We had no idea that you could go casual. It never entered our minds. We thought it was like a business thing. And he said, I need a suit. Well, every suit he had looked like Durwood's sweater where he'd burnt holes in it. So I said, well, I don't know. We can't afford you a suit. For God's sake, we're still $35 short over here. And he said, well, I really would. And I said, JD, forget it. Because, see, in my arrogance, all I could see was a $300 or $400 suit. I could not think of anything in any terms less, you know. I lived in this little fantasy world of arrogance. So I got an advertisement from Chicago in the mail, and it said, 4-piece suit, $49.95, and I laughed. I said, it can't be much. But I didn't throw it away, and I kept coming back to it, and I kept coming back to it, and I thought, what the hell? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? You can charge it on your charge. Why not? Okay. The suit came in, and it was gorgeous. The convention's this weekend. JD's putting the suit on. He's trying it on. They had to alter it to fit him, and he said, you know, it fits real good. Except, wait, there's something wadded up here in the pocket. And he pulled out a $20 bill, a $10 bill, and a $5 bill out of the pocket. Now, you know how we like to put God in a box and tell him how to do it? I would never thought to tell him to do it that way. And we cried. We sat there and we held each other in our arms and cried. We couldn't believe how good God was to us. We were going to get to go. And we went. Now, we've got our cheese and our crackers. And did you know that there'd be this couple or that couple would come and say, why don't y'all come and go to lunch with us? Let us treat you. Let us take you to supper. Came the big night of the banquet. And God, the banquet tickets were $25 a piece or something. It's some ungodly amount of money. And we were sitting in our room about to have an attack of self-pity. In Arkansas, they don't have closed-circuit TV in the rooms like they do at the Cornhusker, I can tell you, you know. That is one super convention. I think that's one of the neatest things. But anyway, we're sitting there in the room, and all of a sudden you heard like a bumping at the front door. And I went over there, and there was an envelope laying in the floor, and we opened it, and there were banquet tickets. We got to do everything there was to do. God took care of it, and we don't know to yet who did that. And it's not important who did that. What's important is that God showed us that if we took the steps and did what we were supposed to do, that he'd come right in there and give us whatever was necessary when we became willing to accept it either way. You see, we were willing to sit in the room and eat crackers and cheese because we were so happy to be a part of a convention of Alcoholics Anonymous. I try on that third step. I love the third step prayer in the big book. I love that prayer. And I start my day with that. And it's sort of like saying, God, here I am. I'm showing up for duty. What you want me to do for you today? Instead of, I used to say, God, I want you to do this for me today. It's real funny. I used to ask God to rubber stamp my plan. I had it all planned out, and then I'd tell him about it, and I'd say, now, God, this is what I want. Now, God, I want you to give Tina a new car, and I want you to give Richard a better house, and I want you to make Debbie's husband okay, and I want you to do that. I don't do that anymore. I found it's much more simple for me if I just say, God, your will be done in those lives that I love, because I know you love them more than I do. And God, your will be done in my life, and help me to accept it. Because, you know, I don't know the difference between good and bad, do you? Because the worst things I thought that could possibly happen to me in my life, like J.D.'s alcoholism, how about J.D. losing his job for such a long period of time? You'd be surprised what I learned in that over 6 months that J.D. was unemployed. I learned that a lot of things that I thought were necessities were not. I learned that material things do not keep you warm at night, and the worry about paying for them is not worth them. I've got a couch I call my spite couch at home. I have it just to spite myself, because I went out in my arrogance and bought a couch I couldn't afford. And I was even, the worst thing about going out and buying something when you're impulsive spender like I am, is that you don't ever take anybody with you. Because if you do, you will spend 3 times as much to show them you can. And that's what I had done. And so I literally went without lunches for a period of months in order to make those couch payments. And I hate that damn couch, but I keep it to show myself, see what you can do. And you see, it's such a good couch, you know, it's special made at the factory, it'll never wear out. But I'm grateful I have that couch. So you see, I had to develop that God of my understanding. And it's true, you know, the big book says, as we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, we discovered we could face life successfully. As we became conscious of God's presence, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, and the hereafter. We were reborn. This step for me, the third step, is where I give God a blank check on my life for him to do with as he sees fit, trusting and knowing that the best is going to be for me. Because the worst things have turned out to be the best, and many times what I thought were the best things have turned out to be the biggest stumbling blocks I've ever had. So since I don't know the difference, I just ask God to help me to accept what comes my way, because I still have a problem accepting, because I still have a lot of self-will. And what I want and how I want it, I'm real bad with that. So that's where I have to continually keep going back and humbling myself and asking this power to help me. J.D. needed a truck
a vehicle of some kind. When he was drinking, you know, we had got down to his drunk truck, and this was an old 50 GMC. He called it his antique, his classic. It was a junky truck. That when you got in it, the only way you kept the doors on was you got one of these little bungee cords and stuck it in the windows and hung it in the ashtray. And that's how you kept the doors on when you went around a corner. Classic. And so it had to be jump-started every time you started it. There was no other way. And he was going to be working nights. And he said, you know, I don't see these guys at 3 and 4 in the morning wanting to stay in the parking lot after they work a long shift, wanting to jump the truck. And I said, I'm not getting up to come do it. And I had to go to work right after he got home, but he had to go before I left, so we couldn't use the same car. It was just a mess. And so I said, we'll turn it over to God. Don't you love that? And I turned it over to God, and then I worried. The reason I turned it over to God was I had no idea what to do with it. As long as, you know, for a long time, when I tell you I'd let go and let God, you knew then I had tried everything I knew to do first. I can do that a lot easier now. I don't have to do a lot of that mess like I used to. But anyway, I prayed about it, and J.D. prayed about it, and then we went out and we looked. Well, this was when the gas was first getting real expensive and everything, and we decided that we needed one of those little economy type things, and he wanted a truck. So we went down and we looked at all the Datsuns and Toyotas and all the little bitty Chevrolets and Ford things that they had out, and we wanted just a plain vanilla truck. Just a heater and a transmission, just plain vanilla. There wasn't one. They all had four-wheel drive. They had stereo. They had air conditioning. They had all that stuff that cost lots of money. And they wouldn't order you a stripped-down model. They would not do that. So there we were. Well, now, J.D.'s going to go to work next Monday night, and this is Friday, and we don't have a truck. We don't have anything for him to go to work in. And now I'm getting a little flaky. My sponsor said, she was always full of wisdom, like, God may be slow, but he's never late. And I said, well, I can tell you what, he's to the wire now. So I'm sitting there Friday night at the house. J.D.'s gone to his meeting, and all of a sudden the phone rang, and this person that I never dreamed in the world cared if I lived or died said, I hear you're having some problems and you need some transportation for J.D. And I said, yes, we do. And she said, well, would $2,000 help? And I said, no. There's no way we can pay back $2,000 and a car payment too. We've been, with him being off work as long as he was, we're playing catch up on bills now. We can't afford a big payment for a car payment. That's just it. She said, I don't remember using the word loan. She said, could you use the $2,000 as a love gift? Well, you know, one of the things that my sponsor had been telling me was to be able to say, thank you, and yes. And that's real hard on your pride. And I said, yes, thank you. So in a few minutes, I had $2,000 in cash sitting on my coffee table, and I was just looking at it. But we hadn't found the truck that we could afford yet. But we hadn't needed to yet. So Saturday, we took the money to the bank, deposited it, and went down to the car place again, making the little circuit one more time, pulled right into the Datsun place, and there off over by itself was a little white, plain vanilla truck. And we asked the salesman about it, and he said, well, now, Coca-Cola had ordered that, and we didn't get it in soon enough. Now they're refusing to take it, but you don't want it because it don't have anything but a transmission and a heater. And we said, oh? And said, well, could we drive it around the block? And he said, sure. So we got in it, we drove off and went, it's our truck. We drove back in and said, how much do you want for it? And he said, well, being they'd stripped down everything, $3,400 for a brand new truck. And they were selling for like $6,000 and $7,000 back then. And we said, well, we can do that. We paid that $2,000 down. Our payments was like $60 a month for a year. Was nothing. We could afford that. And guess what? They said, we'll service it and have it ready for you Monday afternoon, and he went to work Monday night. It was just in time. God wasn't late. Had me worried there for a minute. And we call that our God truck. We've never found it necessary to add the stereo, to add the fancy stuff to it. We've been very grateful that God gave it to us just the way it was, and we've been real happy. And you know, there's something funny about that truck. It lasts longer than normal trucks. We drove on the factory tires for 5 years before they had to be replaced. It's not had but very little maintenance all these years. That's God's truck. And that's like JD, he gave his job to God. We've given the truck to God. We give these things to God, and then they're his responsibility. It just works out so much better. We do whatever we have to do. You know, when I turn my will and my life over to God and say you don't know what to do what's right in front of you to do. You know, you're not every day of your life you're going to have a big job to do for God. Sometimes it's clean the house. You know, it doesn't have to be these great big things. Just do what's right in front of you. I like to say, God, help me to know your will for my life today. Help me not to push you aside, and help me not to stand in your way. And we are now at step 4, where we will continue tomorrow. I'm going to give you a book. How are your buns? Survivors. Tired already? There's no hope. No hope whatsoever. I want to thank you for coming back. You know, I'm always surprised to see them come back. Just shows me you're fiends for punishment. My name is Mary Pearl, and I am an Al-Anon who's happy, joyous, and free. Hi, everybody. I want to just briefly touch on 1, 2, and 3 to get us started into 4 today. In the first step, we recognize that we are powerless and that what we're doing isn't working. I think that's the basic thing I need to remember in step 1, that what I'm doing isn't working. Whenever I allow what other people do, say, whatever, to upset me, I am back at 1, because I am trying to get them to do it my way. So whenever you feel that discomfort, that dis-ease, that's because we're back at 1. We're not getting our way. Now, my way never worked. I don't know why I wanted my way. My way never worked. But you see, that's the insanity we talk about in step 2. That feeling that we know best when we don't. And that feeling that when we know best, we become a higher power. And the worst thing for me, rather than having you as my higher power, is to have me as my higher power. Because I am in real bad trouble then. Okay, I came to believe that there was something out there that could possibly help me. That's all I have to have there, is the willingness to believe that there's something out there that'll help me. And a third step is I try to become a little more consciously aware and practice a little acceptance in my life. Acceptance is really, really hard, because basically I don't like to accept. Now, if I am going to ask this power to help me with my life, I'm going to have to be willing to do certain things. Now, all we've done up to this point is just take a look at what our life has been. We have not taken any action. And I like to croak when they said when I finished and I told my sponsor, I said, well, I finally got step 3. And she said, thank God, now we can begin to work. It'd taken over a year to get to there. What was her problem, And she said, no, we're going to see how willing you are. We're going to see how much you are sincere when you made that decision to live a different way. Because first we've got to find out what you're all about. What makes you tick. Not necessarily the good and the bad of you, but the truth about you. And I said, well, that shouldn't be too hard. But now, I'm the kind of person, if you ever watch Password, and they give you a clue, and then they remove one clue, and then you guess, and then you get the next clue. Well, that's the way they ought to do the steps, is they ought to keep them covered till you got one done. Because, see, I saw 5, and 5 kept me from doing 4, and I kept putting it off. Now, if you want to do 1, 2, 3, what I call the Al-Anon waltz, you just go right ahead. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, you ain't going to get a damn bit better because nothing's going to change, but you can 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I always love it when you ask them, what step are you working on? Oh, I'm doing 1, 2, and 3 on a daily basis. Good for you. Because 1, 2, 3 is all in my head. Ain't nothing changing. So, my sponsor said, you're going to have to do a searching and fearless moral inventory. And here's where I ran over to the literature cabinet and I grabbed my trusty little blueprint for progress and one afternoon did it. And I didn't feel any different. I don't know about y'all, but I didn't feel any different. And I couldn't understand, and I couldn't buy it. Now, the way I did this was yes, no, maybe, sometimes, okay. But I didn't learn anything about me. And so I didn't get any relief from that. And so I went to, now I was one of those fortunate ones, because my sponsor is Lou Bell MC from Arkansas, and her husband is the Joe MC that goes around all over the world with the Big Book Study. And Joe was working on that during that period of time, and we were always around one another. And he ran a Serenity House where he helped recovering alcoholics. And one day I was talking to Joe when I couldn't get a hold of Lou Bell. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with your sponsor, but when I couldn't get my sponsor, I asked anybody who was on the other end of that line, and he answered at their house. And I would say, Joe, what about this? And Joe, what about that? And I asked him one day, I said, what about this inventory? And he said, well, down at the Serenity House, we have a guide that we give recovering alcoholics. It's a questionnaire to sort of jog their memory because, you know, they have a lot of brain damage and a lot of blackouts and they can't remember. And I thought, yeah, I could relate to that. And you see, I thought my husband was like me. When they first used the term blackout, I didn't believe it. I said, if I'd done what you did, I wouldn't want to think about it either. And that's what I did. When I did something I didn't like, I didn't think about it much, and therefore it wasn't. So I needed something to help stimulate my little memory banks. And so that's what I did. He gave me this inventory, and it was confusing at first because it was all related to drinking and what have you. But when I got down to those feelings and answering some of those questions, I began to write. And I wrote the great American novel. I wrote how I wished it had been. Okay? Now, one of the instructions said to go back through that list, and when you got through, and if you saw any areas where you had not quite told the truth, to tell the truth. So we had another inventory. But that one wasn't accurate either. Because I don't know about you, but I have a hard time with stuff. I would put down, I'll give you one for instance. Now, one of the things I didn't like about myself was that I was an unfaithful wife. It's not a big deal in today's time, but back when I was growing up, you know, we had different sets of morals that were instilled on us, and one of those was that a woman got married and they stayed with that one particular person and was faithful and all like that, and I hadn't been. And so I had to justify why I did what I did. So, on my first inventory, it said, on my first go-round, my first rough draft, it said, I ran around on my husband because he ran around on me. And when I read that, I said, well, that's not exactly true. I ran around on my husband because I thought he was running around on me. And then I came back and I said, that's not exactly true. I ran around on my husband because I noticed all the other guys were running around on their wives when they were in a military base without their spouses. This seemed to be the thing to do, and he probably had, and this guy looked pretty good, so I thought maybe he had, so that's not true. I ran around because I wanted to. And that's how I had to do every damn thing on my inventory. Because I had lied and justified and rationalized what I did, so I didn't know what the truth was anymore. And I'd have to keep looking at it and praying about it. There was another thing I learned. You know, I've just established a relationship with God. And I'm scared because I'm afraid I'm going to find stuff that's going to make me unworthy again. So I'd put at the top of my sheet, God loves me. And down at the bottom, God still loves me. And then I'd turn the next page, and as I'd go. And this way I realized that nothing that I was going to find in that inventory was going to keep my God from loving me. And that made it a lot easier. I found a lot of things to know why I didn't love me. And that was the purpose. What is wrong with me that separates me from those good feelings? I can tell you, the things that separate you from your higher power are your character defects. Those are the things that when you practice them, if you're resentful, this will block your flow from your higher power. So I needed to know all these things about me that I seemed to do that blocked me from receiving what I needed to get from my higher power. Now, I had a lot of fear. I had a lot of guilt. I had a lot of shame. I hated my mother. Like I say, I had broken my marriage vows. I had failed as a wife. I was unable to be a mother. I had a lot of self-condemnation. I mean, I was in rotten shape, and they said, take an inventory and take a look. I didn't want to take a look at that. Why should you have to go back and dig up stuff that you did years ago? Why do you have to do that? I don't know why you do, but the reason I do is that I will function today based on those feelings I'm carrying around inside of me from yesterday. And if I've done something that I don't feel good about yesterday, it will color how I act and react today. Have you ever been around when, like say, you've told a big lie and then somebody comes up and just says something, you're defensive? You ever be evasive? You just don't, you know, they'll ask you a question, they'll say, what did you do last night? God, isn't it beautiful out today? Well, what did you do last night? I got a new dress. Oh, did you go shopping? Oh, no, I just have a new dress. I thought I'd mention that. You'll be evasive. You'll go around these things because you don't want to tell what you did last night. You don't want to tell the truth because you know the truth. The truth will set you free. It'll also make you mad as hell. Every time I learned something about me, I didn't like it. And every time my sponsor would point something out to me, it would make me so mad at that woman. I hated her when she would do that. And I would tell her things. Like, for instance, I went to a meeting one night, and I was telling them how I had gone over to my mother's that day, and I hated my mother. And the more I was around her, I wanted to just take her neck and put it in my hands and squeeze it until her eyes popped out. And then I'd gone home, and with this feeling of love toward my mother in my heart, I had gone into the front closet to get something out, and this box of papers, our income tax stuff for the next year, fell on top of my head and filtered down through the closet. And how I ran amok, and I grabbed an umbrella, and I beat it to death. And my sponsor just sat there while I was going through this little thing, and I was sort of proud about the fact I'd beat the umbrella to death. Because, see, what I wanted to tell him was that God knew I needed an umbrella because I went to the meeting, they had bingo, and I won an umbrella. And she looked at me and she said, when are you going to quit acting like a 3-year-old? A 3-year-old. And I looked at her and I said, don't talk to me. I'll never call you again in the echoing corridors of time. Drop dead, bitch. And I walked out and I went home. Boy, I was mad. And I sat there in that chair and I said, how could she say that? And then I began to think back of what I just said and what I'd just done, and I knew. And I tried so hard to prove her wrong, and I couldn't. So then the next day, see, I had to call her back and said, you know all that stuff I said yesterday? Well, you were right and I was wrong. That's always been very difficult. Have you ever noticed how the words I was wrong just sort of go and just stick in your mouth? And she said, you're going to have to grow up and quit acting like a child. She says, you're like a little spoiled child, and every time you don't get your way, you throw a fit. And I did. I was a fit thrower, and I was proud of those fits because I intimidated a lot of people with those fits. They would give me my way rather than to run the cost. What if she has a fit? She could rain all over you. And that umbrella was nothing compared to the physical violence I had been known to do to people. And so when I started doing this inventory, I looked back and I said, well, the only reason I was physically violent was because my husband drank, and he came in, and the first time I was physically violent, I was 6 years old. I had a little girlfriend that had come down to the house. She said something I didn't like. I popped her in the mouth. She went home like a ninny. You know how crybabies are. She told my mama on the way out. And so my mama came in there and she told me, she said, you're going to have to go down and tell Shirley you're sorry. And I said, but I'm not. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, I'm not sorry. I did it because she deserved it. And she gave me a whipping and she said, now you go tell Shirley you're sorry. And I said, I'm not sorry. So she gave me another whipping and I said, I'm not going down and tell Shirley I'm sorry because I'm not sorry. And she made me sorry. So I recognized that my mother was going to beat me to death if I didn't go down to Shirley's. So I went down to Shirley's and I said, my mama said to tell you I'm sorry. That's physical violence. I was 6 years old. Now I will say this. I was raised in physical violence after my daddy died. My mother's inability to deal with her anger was just like mine. And Mama didn't know how to deal with it. But you see, I can't blame it all on Mother because Daddy died when I was 12. So I had the predisposition to be that way because I was spoiled rotten. I was used to getting my way. And I think a lot of times people let me have my way. All my life, people let me have my way because it was easier than suffering the consequences of when I didn't. And I knew that, and I played on it. Okay, I have another defect I found in that inventory, and that was I'm very self-righteous. I hate people who are physically violent. I look down on these people. And I'll say, well, at least I didn't do that. Haven't you noticed how you can look around the room and you see somebody come in and they say something and you say, well, I've never done that. So when I was doing my inventory, I found that my I'll nevers began to change as the years had gone by. And my standards had dropped a little from time to time. And I had to seek lower companions in order to feel good about myself. Because I felt so bad about me that if I could look at you and say, aha, you do drugs. I don't do drugs. Now, I may get drunk, but I don't do drugs. And I may sleep around, but I don't do drugs. This made me feel good about me. But the truth of the matter was the things I was doing was not making me feel good about me. And I had certain standards. I can remember, like I say, when I grew up, my standards were that I was going to be a good wife. I was going to be a faithful wife, and I was going to be a good mother, and I was going to be all of those things. And then lo and behold, I was not a good wife. I was not a faithful wife. And I said, well, at least I will not commit adultery with a married man. Now, I don't know what this makes any difference. If you're married, adultery is adultery. But you know, you have to have a standard. But I did. And so I said, well, at least I'll not commit adultery with a girlfriend's husband. But I did. My latest one, and I've had this one for quite some time, is I will not have an affair with a sheep. Excuse me, a kangaroo. Sheep are okay. Kangaroo. But I haven't gone to Australia yet either. I found that it's real hard to set goals because you have a tendency to overshoot your mark every time, you know. But that's what I found out when I was doing my inventory, that all these goals and standards that I had set for myself, one by one, I had not lived up to them. And that was some of the reason I didn't like me. Now, I had a lot of denial. I don't know if y'all have a lot of denial. But now I'm sort of like the priest and the rabbi and the Al-Anon that went to hell. Now they're all in hell, and the priest looks over at the rabbi and he said, why are you here? And he said, a next door neighbor fixed pork chops and invited us over for supper one night. Got a taste for it. I guess that's the reason I'm here. And he looked at the priest and he said, what are you doing here? He said, that celibacy thing, I never could quite get that down pat. So they looked at the Al-Anon and they said, well, what are you doing here? And she said, what do you mean? And they said, well, what did you do to get sent to hell? She said, it's not hot and I'm not here. And that's sort of the way I was. Haven't you ever been into something and say, this cannot be happening? This is not, I'm going to wake up and this is going to be a dream. Now, in my inventory, I found that I started doing this when I was 12 years old. The first thing I did was I decided that my father wasn't dead, that he was just hunting, and he was going to come home, and everything was going to be all right. Because I could not accept that fact. And whenever my reality would get so bad I couldn't stand it, I would go off into the fantasy of denial. I think sometimes denial saves your sanity, but it will also take it at the same time. If you can't cope with what it is, you will move over to where you can cope. And so I had to go back. So it's very hard to get back over here to where the truth is when you've lived in denial, which is a lie, by the way. Denial is not the truth. Okay. In the 12 and 12, it talks about blaming other people, and it talks about changing yourself to meet conditions as they are. It never occurred to me to adjust myself to the conditions as they were. I fought to change the conditions and other people. I was always in conflict with people about me. I don't know about you, but I had some very sick relationships, and they didn't have to be close relationships. When I was in Newfoundland, I had a very sick relationship with my landlady who lived next door. Now, true enough, going through the bottom of her house didn't help anything. But like, for instance, I'm impatient. And I told her I wanted a window in my bathroom. I went to the base, got it okayed. I can have a window in my bathroom. The day I came in and told her that, she did not put a window in my bathroom. So the next day found me with a chopping axe. And I made a hole in my wall so that I got a window put in my bathroom. Now, you know, that's pretty wild when you think about it. It makes a hell of a noise when you're chopping a hole through a house to the outside. But I got a window in. This did not endear me to my landlady. She didn't like the way I paid my rent. So she told my husband that she wanted him to bring it over instead of me. And I said, no, we won't do that. That's what she wants. I said, I know what we'll do. I'll take it down to the post office. Well, I had a car and she didn't. And they did not have door-to-door delivery, which meant she would have to go to the post office 4.5 miles away to pick up her rent check that I could have given her because I lived next door to her. I was not in good feeling with my people around me. And I laughed about it every time she would go off with her little snowshoes on and her little boots with her little hat pulled down over her ears. I'd say, the old bitch is going after the check. She could have had it next door, but she pissed me off. So you see, I had a tendency for revenge. I didn't like her. Now, revenge can get you killed if you're not careful. And I did some very crazy things under the guise of revenge. J.D. had a little MG sports car. A little MG midget. The kind that I would put on and take off. When you're my size, you do not get in and out of an MG midget. And my hair was real long, and I had it up on top of my head, and every time you'd get in that darn car, your hair was hanging off to the side. I never got out of it that I didn't get my feet hung in the steering wheel. It was not a happy car. I didn't like it. And so I would tell him when he would go zipping off to work, I'd say, don't leave me the MG. I want the big vehicle. And he would get even. And he'd take the big truck and leave me the little teeny car. Well, it was my grocery day, and I was going to go pick up my girlfriend, and we were going to get groceries in the little teeny car. Now, I weighed about 250, 60 pounds, and Reba weighed over 300. And when I pulled up at her house, she was standing there going... Now, you know, our book talks about the determined Al-Anon. And I said, Reba, come on. I said, you can get in this car. And she said, there's no way. I said, we will do it. I said, now, I found that if you turn sideways and just sort of fall in and then pull your feet around, that'll work. Well, I got her in sideways, but I like to never got her turned around in that little bucket seat and then getting the door shut because it's in the wintertime. We had on our coats and everything. It was really a scream. And then when I got in the car and started to drive it off, I got very familiar with her when I was shifting gears. But I said, we're going to go to Safeways anyway. He thinks that I'm not going to be, and I'll show him. So I went up to Safeways. Now, if it's that hard to get in, do you know how hard it is to get out of one of those things? Because you're down now. So I crawled out, got hung in the steering wheel as usual, crawled out, got around on the other side, opened the door for her, and she said, I'm stuck. Somehow there'd been a vacuum created. And I said, Reba, get out of that car. She said, I can't. I said, you will. Now, we'd begun to draw an audience. And there was this one frisky little old black dude, and he's going, Lord have mercy, call the fire department. And I said, here's where I kill me one. Well, I got my foot braced on the door and one on the frame, and I've got like this, and I'm jerking. And finally, she comes loose real quick. and she fell out on top of me in the parking lot. So we're rolling around out there in the parking lot. Now, we went in and bought groceries. I don't know where we thought we were going to put them. You know, the trunk is about the size of the glove compartment. But we got back out there, and we had the stuff, and we took it out of the sacks and was laying it in the floor, and the floorboard. We had that stuff, and we finally got her put in and turned around and shoved off, and we went about a block and a half and broke the axle. Now, J.D. said later there was a 500-pound weight allowance on that car. And I said, well, that's what you get for leaving it. Well, now, he came home. He was unhappy because his little baby was down. And we went to get his little baby out of the ditch where I'd pushed it. You can do it one-handed. They're not really hard, especially when you're mad. And we came up there with that big GMC, and it was mist and rain that night. And he said, honey, I'm going to put this chain on here. And it was about 6, 8 foot long. He said, now let me tell you how to tow a car. Like you hadn't got enough sense for nothing. Don't you hate for somebody how to tell you how to do something you know how to do, and they tell you 4 or 5 times? I'm one of those. I'll do that to you every time. So he was telling me how to do all this stuff, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying, yes, 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 I know. And he said, now whatever you do, don't floorboard it. I know that. So, like I say, it was cold. The automatic choke was on. So I thought, well, all I need to do is just take my foot off the brake because the choke will give it enough. And it did. And it jerked him sort of sideways and broke the chain. Well, he got out of the little car, he stomped up to me, and he said, you floorboarded it. I said, no, I didn't. He said, I know you did. I said, I didn't. And he called me everything but a human being right there in the middle of the street when I was just there to help him, for God's sake. So he tied the chain on. Well, it's a lot shorter now than it was a while ago. And I'm sitting there as he goes back, and I thought, you know, I've already taken the whipping for this. It ought to be for free. So this time when he got in, I floorboarded it, and sure enough, I mean, it flipped him completely sideways out of that ditch. It broke the chain again, and he came out there, and he was just hysterical, and he came up, and he said, what the hell? And I said, now that's what happens when you floorboard it. Do you see the difference? So he tied the chain on again. Now it's real short. And he said, whatever you do, don't stop fast. Because if you do, I'll be in the tailgate of the truck. Well, I know at this point there's nothing I'm going to do to please him. So I just decided, why bother to stop? So through the stop signs and the lights, he's going home without stopping. Well, he was a little hysterical when we got home. And he called me everything again, and he said, never in the echoing corridors of time will I have you tow me. Never. And somehow inside of me I said, I bet you will. There'll come a day, and when that day comes, you better hope. 3 years later, you see, I have infinite patience. He's out at his mother's with that same little ratty-ass sports car. And I have a big station wagon with a 425 horsepower engine now. And he calls and says, my fuel pump's out of whack. Would you mind towing me home? And I said, no, not at all. And I hung up the phone and I went, oh, he's mine. God is so good. So I went out and I tied on, and he still got that little short piece of chain. And when I would look in my rearview mirror, I couldn't see the front end of his car at all. I could see his windshield and his little face. And you know, he got him up there and he gave me all the directions again. And I just sat there and said, okay. And ever serenely, I went out of that driveway pulling that little car until I got to the main highway. And when I turned on it, I went 80 miles an hour. And the little smoke was running out from behind his little wheels, and he was trying to put the brakes on, and he was going like this, and I could see him, and I was going, ah! Passed 3 cars at one time. Don't you love it? Got home. Now, from his mother's to our house was about 17 miles, and we made it in about 12 minutes. He got out of the car and cried in the front yard. Now, the insanity here, do you realize not only did I risk our lives, but everybody else that was on that road? I risked everybody. Why? To get even with him, because he had hurt my feelings. He insulted my intelligence. So, that was just one of many times that I got revenge. Okay. I had problems, like I say, with a lot of people. And I began to look at those as I began to come through that inventory. Things that I had done. And you know, it's real easy. When you look at what they did to you, when you know how we like to blame? You say, well, they did this to me. What did you do to them that caused them to do that to you? That's how I had to turn that around and take a look at that. Because a lot of times, these people were just doing what I'd asked for every bit of this stuff that I got. I was as sick as my secrets. All these things that I had done that I hoped the living soul would never know. You know those things that you want to carry to the grave with you? That you'd just die if somebody knew. Those things made me sick because, you see, as long as you have those kind of secrets, you're always going to have fear. What if somebody finds out? What if? One of my biggest fears was the fear of rejection. God, I wanted to be loved. I wanted that kind of feeling that I had with my daddy. I wanted that feeling of security. And I looked through people to give me this kind of feeling. And I was so afraid that if I told you things about me and if I was really me with you, that you wouldn't love me because I didn't love me. So I had to be careful that I didn't let you get too close. And when I would see you were getting too close, I'd have to do something to destroy that relationship so that I could move on and wonder why in the world you didn't love me. When you fear being rejected, chances are you reject first, because that way you protect yourself. Okay, I had terminal uniqueness. You know, there's nobody in the world that's done the things I've done. God loved me. I have been, you know, I used to say, things happen to me that never happened to another living soul. And that's true. It's because I put myself in places nobody else would ever do. I'd put myself in these sick situations. And then I would have to pay the consequences of doing that. But the healing begins in the fourth step. When I begin to write all this down, and I think it has to be written, because if you don't write it down, you'll justify it away. And when you've got it down there in black and white, it's a lot easier to see the nature of the wrong. Now, there were a lot of similar incidents, but the nature of the wrong was the same that caused every one of these incidents. So it's not what you've done so much as why you did what you did. Because, you know, we can stop doing a lot of things we've done, but you will not be able to stop why you do it until you recognize that. So you have to peel off these layers. I had to get down to that pure, unadulterated truth. And then money. That was a big area for me. Money and its importance to my life. My mother was always a mother, and my daddy was a spendthrift. And because I thought Daddy was so good, I decided to follow his example and become a spendthrift. Now, during the drinking, I blame J.D. for all of our financial insecurity. It's real easy. You know, they're spending a lot of money on booze and fines and stuff that goes along with the drinking. But now I'll give you an instance. You know, J.D. would go out and spend money we didn't have, and it would make me mad, so I'd go to the mall. Now, if we don't have money for him to go out and drink, why do we have money for me to go to the mall? We don't. And here was the horrible truth. J.D. got sober, and his drinking money situation ended. 5 years later, we're paying off my charges at the mall. You know, so who was having more financial instability? I was. I had to learn something about myself, and that is that I am impulsive when it comes to buying stuff. I'll just go through the mall. You know, I find that it's better for me not to go shopping or to know exactly what I'm going for. I'm not one of these that can go to the mall for the weekend and say, let's go Saturday and just go shopping and spend a happy day looking at stuff all up and down. I couldn't. It would take a tractor trailer to carry out the stuff that I would see if I gave myself that privilege. Right? So I have disciplined myself to go and know what I'm going for. Go to that department, get it, and get the hell out of Dodge. You know, don't tempt yourself by stopping and browsing, because the minute I see it, I want it. And if I want it 3 times, it becomes a necessity. Don't you ever have that? I want that, I want that. God, I need that. I can't live without that. And I had a lot of that at home. And you know what's amazing to me was, now in looking back on, what did I do with all that stuff? I usually didn't care for it after I got it home. My pride wouldn't let me take it back, so I gave it away. So I just blew money away. Okay? The things in my inventory that I did were not nearly as important as my feelings about the things that I did. I think a lot of times we get hung up on what we do, but it's not what you do, it's how you feel about what you do. Because it's those feelings that make you sick on the inside. What you do is bad enough, but you know, you do it one time maybe, but how many times do you beat yourself for it? Over and over and over and over. So this is what I needed to look at. What were my motives? What was the exact nature? I had so much anger, hate, revenge inside of me. By the time I came to Al-Anon, I could not identify any feeling except anger. If you hurt my feelings, it made me mad. I didn't feel self-pity. I got mad. If you didn't do what I wanted you to, it made me mad. Everything made me mad. If I had a good day, it made me mad that I didn't have a good day yesterday. If I had a bad day, I was so happy because I was mad. I had a reason to be mad. I was mad all the time. And I rained on people. Now, do you ever take out your anger on inappropriate people? You know, I'd get mad at my husband. I'd go up to the grocery store and the poor clerk at the grocery store. I'd look at her and I'd say, you shortchanged me a penny. You weighed that too much. You had your hand on the scale. Can't you count? I would take out my anger on people. I'd be driving down the road. I'm mad. Why am I mad? Well, I'm running late. Why am I running late? You know, that was one of the things that always amazed me. Have you ever noticed why every fool in the world gets in front of you when you're running late? Every slowpoke in the world. Now, I've got a newsflash for you. I've checked this out, and it's the truth. They're there the same time every day. The difference is you're not at the right time. If you weren't in a hurry, you'd never notice the fact they were going slow. You know, it's not them, it's you. And that's what I had to recognize, that when, you know, if I'm running late, you know why I'm irritated? Because I'm running late. I have no thought about how it's affecting you. That's some of my self-centeredness. That would say the world is so important, I'm so important in this world that the world can wait on me. That's one of the best forms of self-centeredness there is having other people to have to wait on you to make your grand entrance. Okay. And if you're not sorry for your conduct and it continues to harm others, you're going to get sicker and sicker and sicker. It tells the big book that the people, if their conduct continues to harm others, they'll go back and drink. And ours is we'll just get sicker and crazier and crazier. And we keep hurting people too with our behavior. Okay. This step was your identifying step. You're uncovering who you are so you can discover what you are. So now that you can be willing to discard the things that you find that are not good. You will find, believe it or not, if you're doing this correctly, you will find you have some good points too. Be sure that you're not taking a negative inventory. Surely there's going to be some negative things, but there's nobody in this world who is all bad. There's good in the worst of us, and there's bad in the best of us. So if you will remember that when you put it down, you're trying to find the truth. And the truth is we're a combination of good and bad. I found that I had awfully good intentions. Unfortunately, other people judge me by actions. You know how you intend to do this but never get around to it? Or you didn't intend for it to go this way, but it did? You know, my intentions sometimes were very far removed from my actions. Okay, I had a lot of fear. A lot of fear. I realized I was afraid of storms. That wasn't too hard to recognize. That's, you know, in Arkansas, we're part of Tornado Alley. and I would find myself in a quivering mass in my closet, absolutely terrified, to the point that I couldn't function. I would be sick at my stomach with fear when the tornado siren would come on. Now, it's normal to be concerned and a little apprehensive when a tornado siren comes on, but I would go into such a state of fear that I could not have functioned if the tornado had come. There was no way. I was afraid of the dentist. I didn't want people to know that I was afraid of a dentist. You know, that's little kid stuff. I was a little kid. I was afraid of heights. I was afraid. You know, it's real funny. I used to say, the whole world, my life is an open book. Just don't tell my mother. I was terribly afraid of my mother. And I hated my mother because she didn't love me. And I was so fearful that my mother would find out. And then, you see, I kept trying to get her approval. And that's the reason I didn't want any mother ever find out the things I did, because I knew she wouldn't approve of me. Isn't it funny how we go and we search and we look for those things? And that's all I wanted, was for my mother to love me, but she didn't love me. Okay. I got the inventory all written down, and that was time to do that 5th step. And I knew I had to do it real quick or I'd chicken out. So I think it's a pretty good idea that when you get toward the end of your inventory, you call to make an appointment so you can get your 5th step done. That way you have less tendency to put it off, procrastinate, and just chicken out. You know. And so I don't know what I thought was going to happen that day. And I don't know how your 5th step was, or if you haven't had one, how it will be. But mine was just the way it was supposed to be for me. I don't think that all 5th steps are alike, just like all 4 steps are not alike, because all people are not alike. But I feel that if we are asking God's guidance, we're going to get what we need at the time. And when I went to do my 5th step, Lou Bell was out of town. And I knew I had to hurry up and do it. Now, there's no one that knows me as well as Lou Bell, except for one other lady in our group, but I couldn't possibly do that with her because she was the one I went to. She was like a co-sponsor, because she was a real goody two-shoes. She was one of these little sisters that was knocking on the church door every time it rattled, and I mean, you know, she was just really, really, really good. Yeah. You know. And I knew she wouldn't understand these things that I had written in here, a lot of these things, and I was very fearful. But for some reason, her name kept coming up to my mind, so I called her, and she said, I'll tell you what, I'll pray about it, and then you pray about it, and we'll get back together tomorrow, and we'll talk about it. And so I told her that I still felt that she was the person that I was supposed to go to. And I know today she was, and why? Because, you see, I knew that Lou Bell loved me and accepted me as I was. And I was not a nice person to Lou Bell many, many times, as you know. But this person, I didn't really want them to know how bad I was. I knew that Lou Bell would accept me, but I needed to realize that other people could accept me also. So I went to Kathy that day, and we started off. She said, we're going to get on our knees, and we're going to pray. Now, I was not used to praying aloud or anything with anybody except occasionally with J.D., and so I was a little fearful. But there seemed like a peace that sort of came over us as we settled down, and she asked God to reveal to me what I needed to know about me, and for me to realize there would be no condemnation in that day. So I was not going to be condemned for anything that we were going to find. And then I began to talk with her and read to her my 4th step. And lo and behold, as I would go through it, this was the most marvelous thing, was she began to share of her life and experiences from her 4th and 5th step back with me. And she said, you know, you haven't done anything I haven't done, thought about doing, and wanted to do. And I said, you can't mean that. I mean, here you are, and you're so good. She said, you wouldn't believe the thoughts I've had. And she began to share with me some of the thoughts. And I could realize then, I began to feel that uniqueness leaving, and to realize I was just another person. I was just another human being who had been sick, and who was now beginning to, that was a healing experience for me. Now, when I left her house that day, we got on our knees and we prayed again before he left, and she prayed a really strange prayer then. She asked me to ask God to forgive me for those things. She asked me to accept that forgiveness, and she asked God to have her forget. to forget all the things that she had heard me share that was not necessary for her to remember. And you know, that gave me a feeling of peace. I didn't worry then about her going off and blowing her guts about something I'd said. You know, it's very important that you have that trust. And so I needed to hear that because I was a little fearful that she might share. Because, you know, we are sick people or we wouldn't be here. And it was a terrifying thing to me. The guilt that I had had when I went in there had been relieved. I think doing fifth steps with people is probably one of the greatest honors that you can ever do a person, is to ask them to share in your life, the real you, how you really are. And the relief does not come from the confessing sins of others. I had to be real careful with that because even in telling my fifth step to her, I had a tendency to want to say, but look what they did to me over here. And she said, you don't get better by confessing theirs, you get better by confessing yours. And I said, well, why can't I just tell her part of it and this one over here part of it and this one over here? You know, we have people at home, they'll say, well, I've done an inventory, I've talked to this one and this one and this one, because nobody ever gets to know who you are. And I needed one person to be able to know who I was 100%, because that within the kind of person I am, with my ego the way it is, when I tell you everything that's wrong with me, that in itself is going to be an incentive for me to do something about that, because I know that you know. And also, I'm coming completely clean with one person. I'm not having to tell 4 or 5 people, and God forbid they ever get together. You know? Okay. I have known people that wanted to take an inventory would say, believe it or not, there was a girl in our group that took her fifth step with her husband. Now, you know, I'm a firm believer that we have no right to dump our garbage on our loved ones. And that's what I was doing all those years. I was carrying around this little gunny sack of garbage, and when I was with people, I opened up my little gunny sack of garbage and shared it, because that's all I had. That's all I had was this garbage from my past. And I don't think that a loving spouse or a loving family member would do that to their other family member, because there's a lot of things that were in my inventory that would cause great pain to the person I live with, and it was not necessary. And from what I know he did, God forbid I should know more, because it's hard enough to get healed from what you know about without having to go and beg for more garbage to be heaped on you. So I would not recommend taking an inventory with a family member. I personally think that for the best results, you should take it with someone in our fellowship. Now, I know there are a lot of clergy persons out there that are wonderful people and all like that, but if they are not in this program themselves, if they are not working the 12 steps for themselves, I don't think they know, like we do, what we need from this inventory. I don't think that now that's just how I feel about it, and if you've taken one with one, that's fine, but I'm just saying this is how I feel. I just don't think that somebody who's not doing what I'm doing will know what I need to get out of it. When we got through and we prayed and I got up, now we destroyed this garbage and we put it in the garbage. That's what we did. We put it in the garbage can, ripped it up. And as we ripped it up, she had me to say, she says it's a little symbolical thing, but she said when you tear it up, I want you to say, this is the garbage of the past. I'm putting away the garbage of the past. It can no longer hurt me. There was something freeing about doing that as I would tear up those things and all that stuff that I'd felt like I'd die if anybody found. And she said, now when you got through, she said, you know, you've got a clean sheet of paper to write on here. Don't go and garbage it up. You've got a new lease on life. And how many times in our lives had we thought we would move to another place and we would start over, but we carried that garbage with us. But now for the first time I could be where I was. I didn't have to move to another place, but I had moved to another place inside. And I had moved away. I had been cleansed of that garbage. I no longer had that garbage. I had shared it with another person, and my God, the world went on. Isn't that amazing how you wake up the next morning and the world's still there? And that's something she said now. Everybody else is just like they were today, yesterday, and what have you. You have an opportunity to be different. She said, you're going to have the same kind of problems and the same kind of situations come upon you, but you have an opportunity to be different. That was so freeing. When I left there, I felt cleansed. I felt closer to God than I had ever felt because I felt worthy of God's love now. I had put all that garbage to the past, away. I had asked God for the forgiveness. And lo and behold, a lot of the pain was gone. I had gut-wrenching pain when I was writing that 4-step and talking to her. And I hurt, and that was gone. And then she told me, she said, now go back home and read page 75 of the big book. And then go on to step 6 and 7. And it was here, when I went back home and I sat there and I read that, I felt like God was there with me. I felt like a child of God. I felt worthy. I felt clean, and I felt whole. But I didn't do what she said. I didn't go on to 6 and 7. I think a lot of us take a vacation after the 5th step. We're wrung out, we're tired, and we say, ta-da, I've done my 4th and 5th step. Now let me tell you what the problem is with that. You know what's wrong with you for the first time, and you ain't doing a damn thing about it. And the awareness will not help you that much. Did you know I can be aware that I'm a certain way, just like I can be aware that I'm impulsive when I go to the mall, and that won't keep me from going to the mall? I had to have something that was going to give me the courage not to go to the mall. I had to have help because by myself I couldn't do that. Now, here are all these character defects and all these things. Now, God knows that you're not going to want to get rid of them any more than you want to right after a 5th step because you're clean. But you'll sit down. Because I looked at it and I said, I read that and I said, is that all there is? Is that all there is to it? Just reading that little paragraph? No, that's not all there is. Are you willing to change? That's what I had to say. Are you willing to change? The 6th step is the first evidence of our willingness to change. The 4th step is not willingness to change. That's willingness to take a look, just to see what you're all about. But the 6th step is your first willingness to change. We're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. In other words, are you willing to live without the defects of character? Are you ready to learn how to live a new way so you don't have to practice them all the time? Now, how did you use your defects of character? They were my coping mechanisms. If you backed me into a corner, I'd lie. Okay? I used these things. These were my friends. They're hard to get, because, do you tell the truth all the time? You know, it says rigorous honesty. I thought I'd have a rigor trying to be honest, you know. I said, I know why it's that way. It's scary. If I'm not willing to change, I'll go right back where I began, and I'll start filling a new garbage bag. Because I've got no other choice at that point. You're either going to have to go forward or you're going to go back to what you know. And let me tell you, going back to the known is the easiest thing in the world. You don't have to do anything. You will automatically go back. And to try to live over here and do it different is the hardest thing you're ever going to have to do in your life. It's just to be willing to live different. You're going to have to put a little effort with it. Going to have to put a little effort. It's very simple, but it's real hard to do. So I looked at these character defects and I said, if I have to live without these, I'm going to be totally vulnerable. People can hurt me. Did you know it's much easier for me to get over people hurting me than it is when I hurt me? Because I'll beat me over and over and over. I won't beat you, but I'll hit me. Why did I do that? How could I do that? I knew better than to do that. I should have done different. Don't should on yourself. It's horrible. But I would do these things to myself. Now, you got to become entirely ready to give it up. Let's just take dishonesty. Now, was I a bald-faced liar? Sometimes. But not most of the time. Most of the time, it was a little, just exaggeration. I mean, what's the harm in a little exaggeration? You know, what's the harm in just a little half-truth? It's a whole lie. That's what's wrong. I'm driving down the road, and a car pulls out over here, and I have to slow down to let him in. That's boring, isn't it? But if I get to meeting and tell you a car almost ran me off the road a while ago, I swerved off to the side, just barely got it back in. That's how I would tell you that little incident that happened. And that was because I was addicted to the attention. So I made everything a big deal so that you would notice me. And it was real hard, and it didn't come overnight. And every once in a while, I'll still zip off over there because I'm not well. I'm not well. Now, I also found that sometimes my brain has the ability to bypass. And I hear stuff the same time you do. It just sort of happens. It happened to me not long ago. This was a big exercise for me. I was working the PI booth at the mall. They were all out there. And this other girl, JD had told me before I left, he said, if you're out there, check in at Sears. Sears loves me, you know. And he said, go over to the paint department and see if they have some sealer for our fountain in our bird bath. And I said, okay. So when we were relieved, we went into Sears, and we were just walking along there, and I had no idea this was going to happen. I walked into the paint department, and the guy's standing there, and he said, may I help you? I said, do you know anything about paint? Because, you know, a lot of times they have people in that department that don't know anything about what they're doing. And he said, yes, ma'am, I'm supposed to. And I said, congratulations, I am a Sears personal shopper, and it is my duty to examine you on the proficiency and the efficiency of your department. Your test question for today is, if you were to have a customer who came in and wanted to know about sealer for a bird bath and or water fountain, what would you suggest? And he grabbed his little book and he began to look through it real quick, you know. And the girl that was with me is going. And he said, this is what I use. I said, congratulations, that is the correct answer. I would like a gallon. And he looked at me sort of strange, and I said, if you will be so kind to give me your name and employee number, I will be able to fill out my report. And he gave it to me. And I picked up my gallon, and we're walking out, and Jennifer turns to me, and she said, I didn't know you worked for Sears. I said, I don't. And she said, well, why didn't you warn me? And I said, you heard it the same time I did. I don't know why that happens. It's sort of like you're playing a game and you just want to see how far it's going to go and where it's going to end. It's just, and she said, and I hate Jennifer, you know, she's so sweet and naive and wonderful, and she said, well, wasn't that dishonest? And I said, yes. And she said, well, what are you going to do about that? And I said, well, Jennifer, I'm going to write Sears and tell them about the nice young man in the paint department who was so helpful. I said, that's how I'm going to make an amends for that, because I don't feel like I hurt that little boy. And I said, maybe that's justification and rationalization, but I said, I can swear I did not have one idea that was going to happen until I heard it. Now, I don't know what kind of defense that you would take against a mind like that. So I'm here to tell you, I'm still sick. But at least the sickness that I'm doing today is not harmful to other people. Like it was, I mean, you know, I didn't have to bite his philodendron. Okay. Another thing I found about myself that I was going to have to give up was arrogance, that acting superior. And a lot of times I didn't feel I was acting. I looked at people and found them wanting a lot, you know. That was one of those cases where I was overeducated beyond my intelligence. But you see, this was another shield that I would put up to protect me from you. I had a lot of things that I did to protect me from you. And I had to become willing to learn to live without doing these kind of things. And it's hard, and it's scary. But you have to try over and over and over. Over and over. And what was my best motivator for wanting to change? Pain. Pain is always. When I hurt so long practicing a particular defect that I can't stand to get hurt like that anymore, then I'll generously give it up. You know? And I would be willing to give God those defects. Now, the anger. Anger was very hard for me to give up. I was willing to give up physical violence. That was hard too. I enjoyed physical violence. Have you ever noticed how that when you're really, really mad, if you can do some physical activity, it just lets it go? Well, if you can punch people out, it just really goes quick. And I enjoyed that. But I blamed everybody for my anger whenever anything went wrong. It wasn't them, it was me. Prime example, I sent away for a preserved fern. Now, a preserved fern is a real fern that they've done some little weird chemical process to that you don't ever have to water it, feed it, nothing. You just plunk it in a little straw basket and forget about it. It doesn't have to have light, doesn't have to have water. And I paid a king's ransom for this fern. And it came in this box with these long fronds and this little basket and this little hanger to hang it with, one of these little rope macrame type things. And I asked J.D. to help me with that fern. Mistake number one. Needless to say, communication was not one of our biggies. I got all these little things arranged, and it was just gorgeous. It was just draping. It was just absolutely fantastic. And I said, here, hold it. Now, what I meant when I said hold it was hold the flower pot. Hold the little basket. So I can put the little macrame thing on it. But that's not what I said. I said hold it, and he did. He held the little hanger, and I held the hanger. Now, the fern hit the floor. Now, are you familiar with airplanes on an aircraft carrier deck? You know how the little wings are folded up? That's the way the fern fronds went out and down, like that. You know, they were just broken, just into little, it was horrible. And I looked at it, and I couldn't believe that happened, and it was all his fault, because he hadn't held the pot. And my sane reaction to this was, I stomped the fern to death in the carpet. I just did a little tap dance, like this, all over my fern. It didn't help anything. He looked startled, and I felt like an idiot. I could no longer justify that kind of behavior. And I looked at him and I said, I didn't make myself clear. I meant hold the pot. He said, I didn't understand it. I said, I know. But that before would have caused physical violence. It did to the fern. And I began to realize that kind of behavior was like a little kid. You know, when a little kid doesn't get their way, they have a little stomping fit. At least I used to. Still had one there. I became willing to not do it that way and to get rid of the anger. I became willing, and I said, God, how can I get rid of anger? Well, how I got rid of a lot of these things, I have not been relieved of anger. I have been relieved of the anger that would cause physical harm to people, places, and things. I think nowhere in the book does it show where anybody has ever been removed of all of their character defects, or any. But you will have enough of a particular defect removed that you will be socially acceptable. Okay? I was not socially acceptable, you know. Okay. And it says, no matter how far you progressed, you will have desires which oppose the grace of God. And I thought that this feeling I had, a lot of these defects would be removed, and they'd be removed once and for all. Take the one that would say, let's be unfaithful. That one, I asked God, I was more than willing to have that one removed. And I hadn't had any problem with it for years, and then all of a sudden one day I was attracted. And I said, oh God, that defect is back. Now, I have a choice. Do I follow through with that, knowing full well what the consequences are? I want to. Because, see, your mind will reflect back on how exciting that was. It's like with the alcoholic forgetting the consequences of the drink they took, only remembering the pleasure, how good it tasted. And I sit there and I played with that for a day or two, and I knew that the longer I played with that, the more dangerous I was getting. So I called and I asked if this person would pray for me, that I had the urge to do something I knew I shouldn't do. And I wouldn't tell her what it was, because, see, I was ashamed that you could be an Al-Anon and still have these kind of feelings, for God's sake. And she said, okay, I'll pray. And it didn't do me much good, because, you see, I was keeping it a secret, going right back and keeping it a secret. So I called her back in a day or two, and I said, I'm going to have to tell you what this is, because it's getting stronger. And she said, okay. And I told her what it was, that I'd been attracted to this person, and they seemed to be attracted back, and it was not a very good situation. And she said, I'll pray. And I said, she said, what do you want me to pray for? And I said, you pray for God to remove from me the desire to do something I know I shouldn't do. Because I alone do not have the strength to do it myself. And so some time went by, and I was put in the proximity of this person, and I was sitting there reading my One Day at a Time book, and he said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm reading a One Day at a Time book. He said, what's that? And I said, well, it's a book for the families and friends of alcoholics. And he said, my God, people bitch about people's drinking all the time. I tell you what, this whole world's down on poor people that drink, and and I thought, he's one of them. No wonder I was attracted to him. And I laughed because the desire had been removed. So that's what I'm saying, you know, when you become entirely ready to have it. And I became entirely ready when I became entirely ready to become clean and tell her what the nature of the problem was. Okay, now we go on to step 7. Now, just becoming ready, don't get it. You got to do more than just speak ready. Then you've got to humbly ask God to do it. Now, humbly doesn't mean, God, take this one. It doesn't mean giving him his orders. It means sincerely having humility in your heart, recognizing you can't do it by yourself. That you're going to become teachable to a new way to live so that you don't have to do it. That's all that means. It's just to become willing. Now, I found that for a lot of character defects, there's positive opposites. Something that's the opposite of what you're doing. So what I do is I pray and I ask God, and then I move over into the act as if. I go over and I remove myself from situations that I know have the power to hurt me. And that's what I was doing in this situation. I was moving myself away from that person because I knew he had the power to hurt me if I played that game. Those are sick games that we sometimes play with people. And you have to be willing not to play the game. So when I would find myself in a situation where I was getting mad at somebody, instead of staying there for the bitter end, I found I can walk away. I don't have to stay there. I don't have to keep putting myself into situations that hurt me. In that 4th and 5th step, I saw patterns of my life that I do this and this would happen. You don't have to keep going back because you know now what situations have the power to hurt you. And when you go back and you play that game, you get what you asked for. You're going to get hurt. You asked for it. You got it. You drive your Toyota. And that's the truth. Because I've gone back and played silly games and gotten hurt, and I knew better. And that's because I asked for it. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. So, when I do my morning prayer, I do my step 3 prayer. And if you notice at the end of the 3rd step prayer in the big book, it doesn't say Amen. The Amen comes after the 7th step prayer. So I say those 2 together. And I try to pray those 2 together instead of just saying them. But to listen to what they say and to do that. And to ask God to remove any defective character that stands in the way of my usefulness to him or my fellow man this day, today. And you know, every day we're given opportunities to grow, to practice a defect or to practice recovery. We can live in the sickness or we can live in the recovery. I hear so many people say, but you don't understand. I was so affected by my father's drinking or my mother's drinking or my dog's howling or whatever. It doesn't make any difference how you got your ass in the mud. Get it out. Living in the sickness makes me sicker. Have you ever been to a meeting where you play Can You Top This? They'll come in and say, oh my God, it was so bad at the house tonight. This one did this and this one did that. Well, you think that's bad. Let me tell you what happened over here. And I would sit there in those meetings and I would remember going back to the active alcoholism in my mind, and they would be talking about these things and they would go on and I'd say, well, let me tell you what J.D. did one time. And I'd go home and I'd say, you are a scum-sucking pig. Get mad all over again because we're living in the sickness. I don't like to go to meetings where we live in the sickness or we say, has anybody got a problem? Who hasn't? And who cares? Has anybody got a solution? You know. You gotta live in the solution. And so in our group, when somebody comes in and they say, oh, it's so bad over at my house, we have sort of a little chorus that goes, 1, 2, 3. Poor baby. Who cares? And then we go on. You know, you get no sympathy in our group. All right, I had to become willing to give up fear. And this has been a real big thing for me, to become willing to give up fear. Because what'll happen to you? You know, it's scary. Okay, the fear of storms. Fear is always scary, isn't it? I told God, I said, you know, I'm willing to give you that fear of those tornadoes because I can't stand what it's doing to my guts. I can't stand it. And what happened? We begin to have lots of tornadoes. How can you get over something if you ain't experiencing it? You know, how do you get patience? By being put in situations where you got to use it. Sponsorship's a real good area for that. We began to have tornado after tornado, and I'd say, God, this is not what I meant. I meant take the tornadoes away. Take them away. And now that's not getting rid of the tornadoes. The fear of tornadoes, that's getting rid of tornadoes. And all of a sudden one day I'm sitting there and meditating, and it hit me. It's not tornadoes that's killing me. It's the fear of tornadoes that's killing me. Tornado ain't hit me yet. Fear hits me every damn time. Now, how does that work? Well, the first thing that happens is they put that darn little blip signal on the TV. They have at home, they got a little old funnel cloud. You know, God just makes you feel so good. Why can't they put an ice cream cone? You know, they should at our house. We should be afraid of those too. And I would sit there and I'd look and pretty soon I can't see the picture. Now, it's only this tall, but all I can see is that tornado symbol. And then I'll go and turn on another TV on another channel just to get to see two of them. I'll turn on the radio and find out what they're doing on the radio. They say, well, it's coming up from Texarkana. See, Texas sends us tornadoes. And they seem to follow a path. And they come right up the interstate, right into Little Rock. So it's at Arkadelphia. It's on its way to Camden. It's on its way to Camden. It's on its way to Saline County. Saline County is right next to Pulaski County. Pulaski County is where I live. By the time it would get there, I'd just be, you know, I would just be berserk. And then I couldn't get the damn dogs together to get them in the closet. They'd be biting on me. It was a nerve-wracking mess. And I found out, you know, one of the best things I could do? Turn off the TV. Don't turn on the radio. Don't feed the fear. Because, see, I had my little map there, and I'm getting more terrified the closer it gets. I'm mapping it right on up there. And by the time it had got there, I couldn't have done anything if I'd have had to. But if I turn off the TV and turn off the radio and turn it over to God and ask Him to help me and then fill my mind with something else and get busy working on something else, then if the siren went off, I would say, I've got to get in the closet, and I'd go get in the closet. I would not feel like grazing daisies in the closet, but I was not sitting in there just going to pieces. My heart wasn't, you know, my blood pressure wasn't shooting out. I wasn't ejaculating in the Kia C. You know, I was just there. Okay. Now, went over to this little old place down a few miles out of Little Rock to have supper with my sister one night. We got out to go get back in our car. The wind was blowing, the rain was coming, and I'm trying to get in the car door, and I can't hardly get it open from the force of the wind, and I am mad because I'm getting wet. We couldn't see how to drive. I had to pull off the side of the road and sit there, and there's all sorts of debris in the air, and I said, this is a mess, a mess. Went on down the road after a little bit, turned on the radio, tornado just a block away from us. The church was totally destroyed. I said, oh my God, I was in the tornado. I'm okay. I'm okay. Even if the tornado comes, I'm okay. God can take care of you in the tornado. I'm okay. I've never found it necessary to go into that terror again. I could if I would play the game and feed the fear. But I know now what steps to take because God has given me the sanity to know what not to do so that I can be relieved of the fear of the storm. Now what about the dentist? Got the storms down. Now what about the dentist? How long has it been since you've been to this? Long time. Have very good teeth. It's a good thing. But you see, God knew I had to have good teeth. He knew I wasn't going to go to the dentist. I'm sitting at the hospital emergency room with my mother, who's supposedly having a heart attack, and my filling falls out. Bad news. I was more concerned about my filling than Mother. As it turned out, she wasn't having a heart attack, but I did lose the filling. I go home from the hospital, and I said, now, you can do what you've always done and lose the tooth. You have a choice. Always before, you don't go when it hurts. After a while, you can't stand hot in your mouth. After a while, you can't stand cold in your mouth. After a while, you can't stand your tongue in your mouth. After a while, you can't stand the pain any longer, and then you go and they pull the tooth because there's nothing left. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do something different. If you do what you've always done, you get what you've always got. I've always had the toothache and always lost the tooth. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go to a dentist. Maybe they can't take me. So I got the phone book. I opened it up, and the first little... Well, if I'd have had to wait, I might have chickened out. See, God knows what you need. So I went. Now, I pulled up in front of this building, and there was a little arrow, and it's showing that it's up on the second floor, and there's a set of stairs, and there's a major thoroughfare out here. And I flipped a coin. I'll go lay in the thoroughfare, or I'll walk up the stairs. I walked up the stairs. I walked in. She set me down. She said, we'll be with you in just a moment. I said, sure. And about 2 seconds later, another one came and got me, took me in there, flipped me in this chair, and my heart... Well, now, back in the days, the last time I went to the dentist, which was 26 years ago, few years, see, they had all this stuff hanging down, and it looked terrible in there. And I was all braced for all, and there wasn't any of that. There wasn't all that stuff hanging down. And they had a little lounge chair for you to lay in, for God's sakes. And she flipped me back, and up on the ceiling it said, God, grant me the serenity to accept the thing. And I knew I was going to be okay. When I was sitting in the waiting room, the music was on, and it was on to the local radio channel where one of my grandbabies is a DJ. And I heard her say, have a good day out there. That made me feel good too. I got in there, and I told the dentist about my fear, and I'm here to tell you, I've been back many times, and the man has never hurt me yet. I have never felt the first pain in that. Now, I don't know if that's all him. I think part of it's God. But I'm no longer afraid to go, and I just go for my regular checkups, and they're just bouncing, having a good time. And they've worked on my teeth, and they don't hurt. So you see, God removed that fear. Now, the fear of heights. I've been working on that one slowly. I'm the person who saw the Grand Canyon on her belly. Well, you can't walk over there. You got to crawl and peek in. It's nice. And then you back up. Because when I stand up, I get this pitching forward sensation, and I just know I'm going to die. I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible. Have you ever been in one of these buildings that have an elevator on the outside that's glass? Shades of towering inferno. It's horrible. I want you to know that I told God I was ready to have this one removed. And the opportunities for growth have become. For Christmas, the people who love me so much, who I sponsor, have given me a gift certificate for a hot air balloon ride. So the 30th of April this year is our big moment. Well, to get me prepared for that, a few weeks ago I was in Kentucky at a conference, and they provided me with a suite of rooms. One person, I was lost. There's more floor space there than half my home, you know. And there's a private elevator, and it's glass, and it was on the outside of this building. And I said, I'm going to do it. And God, you just help me. And God and I looked out at the Ohio River as we went up and down and up and down. And I want you to know that elevator even hung between floors and jerked, you know. But I was okay. So I just know that it's going to be okay, and that God is relieving me of that fear as I become willing to have it removed. Our defects call to the defects in others. Have you ever noticed that one? Like, for instance, one of my defects is anger. Say yours is procrastination. If you make me wait, you make me mad. See how that calls from one to the other? If you have a tendency to exaggerate, I have a tendency to not believe you and be doubting. You know, it's real funny, but our defects call to one another. Sick calls to sick, and well calls to well. And I find that when I am around people who are really, really sick, I have to really watch myself, or I have a tendency to play. I have a tendency to go over there and play. I believe I have what I call the black dog, white dog syndrome. And in this, I mean that there's two dogs that are at war inside of me. There's a black dog representing all my negative thoughts, and the white dog representing my positive. Now, they're always in a war, the positive over the negative. Now, who wins the war? Whatever dog I feed the most. I have a responsibility to fill myself with positives instead of negatives. And when I begin to feel that negative, I have a responsibility at that point to ask God to relieve me from the need to play with that negative, and then get on with living in the positive, acting as if. Now we're down to step 8. Now, so far, you know, we've taken care of getting here and getting a relationship with God started, and we've taken a look at ourselves, and we become willing to change. And that's all fine and dandy. But did you know while we were out there practicing all that bull, we hurt a lot of people? And now if we're going to be all right to live in today, we've got to take care of yesterday. Now in that 4th step, I saw the people I had harmed. And that began my list. And I had another thing you can always start off with is your resentment list. Put everybody you resent on that list. Chances are you've done something to them. It's time to get right with ourselves and our fellow man. That's what the 8th and 9th steps are all about. I had hurt nearly everyone that I had ever come in contact with that I had allowed to care for me. I had hurt these people. Now I'm talking, there's a difference between making somebody mad or irritating somebody or some of those. I'm talking about a harm done. It doesn't say everybody that we just aggravated. It says people we've harmed. People that we have done harm to. So I think it's better to list too many people than not list enough. And as you will work on this, God will reveal to you which of these are valid and which are not. And as time goes on, you will add more people to this list. I still have my ongoing list. All my major amends from the very beginning after doing that 1st, 4th, and 5th step, I've taken care of. But it took me years to get them done. Years. So I made 3 columns on this. I put those that I was willing to make an amends to today. I put the ones that I was wanting to make an amends to, but I wasn't really ready right now. And then I put those over there that I wasn't going to do nothing for them if the world came to an end. And the funny thing about it was, as I began to work on this list, this middle list moved over. And as I did, the 3rd list moved to the middle. And so there's no one on there now that I would not make an amends to. But it was a period of time. And I think the reason we write down a list is because we have a tendency to forget what we want to forget. I'm big on lists. I have to be. I can remember when my mother was my age, and I thought she had brain damage because she couldn't remember anything and she'd forget stuff, and I know exactly how she felt now. The aging process does come, and if I don't do it now, and if I don't write it down, it may never get done. So I have found that writing a list is the best thing. It also gives me encouragement, because when I have my list and as I do them, I get to mark them off, and you get a sense of accomplishment where you wouldn't have if you didn't write it down. But you got to be careful about your willingness, because self-deception and denial will get you here. If you're not careful, you'll go back into, I didn't really hurt them. Not really. It wasn't really that bad. But one of the keys are, how do you feel when you're around them? Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you wish you didn't have to see them? Do you have that vague feeling that you just wish they had dissolved? Maybe at that family reunion, you hope they don't come. Or if you look at them, you can't give them eye-to-eye contact. Sort of avoid them, look over their shoulder, hello. Chances are there's something wrong between you and that person. And there's only one thing you can do about it, and that's your part of it. That is your part of it. And it's good for you to do something about your part of it. In the 12 and 12, it tells us to be calm but be kind. I don't think it's necessary when I'm making this list to worry about making the amends, because the step doesn't say make the amends, it says make the list and get ready. When it says get ready, it means get ready. Because when you become ready, you'll be surprised how that next step's going to come right in there, and God's going to help you with that. You're not going to have to make these amends till you're ready. But you get ready. And when you realize you're doing it for you instead of the other person, it makes a lot more sense. Because sometimes you may find that that person will not accept your amends. I found that to be in a couple of cases. But I felt better because I'd done what the step said to do. So I'm going to get the benefit regardless. So you put them on the list. You have to be willing to go to any length to get a close contact with your higher power. And if you've done aught against your brother or sister, this will stand between you and your higher power. We're quick, and if you notice in the Lord's Prayer it says, forgive us as we forgive those. You see how your forgiveness is contingent? So, I want to take care of the things that I've done wrong. And the funny thing about this is I become willing to make right the wrongs I've done. I found that there were some things that were happening in my life that people were coming to me about things that they had done wrong. It's funny how this will all sort of go in a circle. You have to take the responsibility for your actions. You can no longer justify them, rationalize them away. I become responsible for what I did to you. And then I am to make direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Good judgment, a careful sense of timing, courage, and prudence are qualities we take. That was really, really scary. I said, but what if they don't accept that? What if they throw it back in my face? What if they do? So what if they do? I had an instance where I went up to a girl that I had harmed, and I told her that I was trying. Now you got to remember, this says make direct amends. It doesn't say make direct apology. I think so many times we'd like to get off and say, I'm sorry. Well, I can tell you one thing from being on the receiving end of, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. After a while you want to say, you sure are. Okay? I'm sorry doesn't change anything. So I find that for me, I will tell you that I regret what I have done to you. Now, what can I do to make it up to you? And I don't have to worry about making amends, because see, you'll tell me what I need to do. I don't have to sit there and figure it out. Now, if I have robbed you of $500, I know I owe you $500 plus interest. Now, that's obvious. But I'm just saying, if I don't know how to make up what I've done for you, let you tell me. And if it is within reason and humanly possible, do it. And then you don't have to worry with it. Well, I went to this girl and I told her, I said, I regret the harm that I've done you. And I didn't find it necessary to go into great detail and bring all that back to hurt again. And I said, but could you tell me what I could do to make this up to you? And she said, I don't ever want to see you again as long as I live. I said, I can handle that. Thank you very much. And I have tried my best to stay out of her way, because that's what she asked of me to do. That is not without reason, and that is humanly possible. It's the best I can do, is to not be around her anymore. Okay. Now, I had that ex-husband. Now, I had done some pretty tacky things to this man. And I'm not just talking about the obscenities I used to write on his hard-boiled eggs and his lunches. I caused him lots of embarrassment on his job. He was in the military. But one of the tackiest things I had done was that he had an inheritance when his grandfather died that came to the house in the form of a cashier's check, which I endorsed and spent and didn't tell him about until he came home one day and noticed we had a whole house full of furniture. And he was very upset about the fact that I had gone out and bought furniture and charged all this to him, and I told him he needn't worry about it. It was paid for, and that grandfather he hated had given it to me, which was not quite the truth, you know. And so I wondered how I was going to make an amends for an entire house full of furniture, but I knew what the amount of the money was, and I didn't have it to pay back, and so I began to do this. Now, I'm willing to make this amends if God will put him in my path. Now, in my path meant right out in front of my house. Now, I didn't know that's what it meant, but you see, self-deception is strong. And so I kept waiting, and he never came in front of my house. And every year at Christmas, he would send my mother a Christmas card. So this particular year, he had, well, see, there was another thing. I justified this even better. I said, you know, he's remarried, has a family. I don't know how I would feel if I were her and the ex-wife was trying to get a hold of him. It might cause her some problem. I just won't do that. Just let sleeping dogs lie. But the truth was, I was scared, but I couldn't see the truth. The fear was blocking me. And so years down the line, my mother got a card from him and a letter around Christmas time said his wife had cancer. And then later on in the early part of that year, she received a letter from him and his wife had died. Well, my excuse is gone, isn't it? I ignored that. And a couple of weeks later, my mother got another letter from him. Well, see, she never got mail like this from him, and my mother would always say, I got a letter from Wes, you ought to read it. And I would force myself to go do that. You know how nosy we are. So I'd go over there and I'd read this letter, and he never mentioned me in his letters. And I would think, see there, he's forgotten, but it began to eat on. I got it right across my forehead, and I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, anything. It was just, make your amends, make your amends, make your amends. And so I said, I've got to go lay down and take a nap. I can't handle this. So I went and laid down and dreamed about making amends. And I got up and I said, okay, God, I hear you. I hear you. I lied. I wasn't ready. But I'll do it anyway. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll get the phone number. He lives in Texas. I'll call down information, see if they've got, maybe they don't have a number. Maybe it's non-listed. I called, and of course it was listed. I said, now, God, if it's not your will, don't let anybody be there. You know, you hang on to the bitter end here, you know. And his daughter answered the phone. And I said, is your dad there? And she said, yes. May I ask who's calling? Well, I didn't know how to answer that child. I didn't know if he had told her he had been married before or what. And I said, just tell him it's someone from the past. And so when he came to the phone, we talked for a few minutes about his loss of his wife and what have you. And the funny part about it, though, was when I called and I said, I guess you're wondering who this is. And he said, yes. He said, who is this? And I said, this is Mary Pearl. And he said, Mary Pearl who? Don't you love it? He never once called me Mary Pearl. I said, it's Babe. And he said, oh. He said, well, you don't sound like you used to. And I said, I hope I'm not like I used to be. And we got to talking, and I said, I guess you're wondering why I called. He said, the thought has crossed my mind. And I said, well, I belong to a fellowship that says that in order for me to live well in today, I must take care of the harm from the past. And I've done a lot of things that have caused you great harm over the years. And I would like to make amends for those things and change those if I may. If there's something I can do to make that up, and I would like to arrange a payment schedule to pay you back the money that I ripped you off. He said, "Are you in AA?" And I said, "No, close. I'm in Al-Anon." I said, "How'd you know about AA?" And he said, "I've been sober in Alcoholics Anonymous for 8 months." And I said, "But you didn't drink when we were together." He said, "But after we divorced," he said, "I went to Vietnam and I got involved in the drugs and alcohol over there." And I said, "I can't believe that." So we were able to sit there and to share programs for a while. And I told him, "I do need to make this amends." He said, he said, "You're on my amends list." He said, I never bought you that house full of furniture he said, there was very few things that you really asked of me, and I was so tight with money that I just wouldn't. He said, "Why don't you let me make my amends to you by giving you that furniture and giving you that stuff, and why don't we just consider ourselves friends at this point? That's how you can make it up to me." Well, to tell you I was relieved is a small word. But I realized then that it wouldn't have made any difference. The money wouldn't have made any difference. If he had said, "Pay me back," it wouldn't have been a big deal. But for the first time, Wes and I could talk as equals, as friends in the same fellowship. We had something in common for the first time in all those years. And that healed that relationship. And when I got off that phone, I felt free. I no longer I didn't realize how that had been burdening me down. I didn't realize the freedom that I was going to get from that. And I know that he's my friend now. I don't have to be afraid of him. I don't have to be worried if I meet him, if I see him, because things are clean between us now. And God did that through an amends. Okay, another amends. My relationship with JD was not too hot. After all, I tried to kill him, And I love the little no smoking signs. I know there's those of you out there who are in agony, because I am an ex-smoker and I know how that is. And so, how it is to wake up in the morning and not have a cigarette. Now, my husband quit drinking and smoking at the same time. Actually, he quit drinking and quit buying cigarettes. And I would get up and he would have smoked my last cigarette. Now, boy, that makes you mad. And we would have this war. And I would jump all in his case and tell him about, "How could you do this to me? This was my last cigarette," and we'd have a big knockdown, drag out. And this particular day, he left and went over to my mother's to mow her grass, just anything to get away from me. And I was just fuming, and I was having a fit, and the phone rang, and it was this girl in Al-Anon. She said, what's with you? And I told her about this thief that I live with who had stole my last cigarette. And she said, "Honey, do you not have any more money?" I said, "Certainly I've got money." She said, "Well, how far is the nearest grocery store?" And I said, 2 blocks. She said, "Well, why don't you go get you some and shut up?" Well, he should have had to go down and get him, because, he was the one. She said, "He's not doing without the cigarette." Okay. And she says, "And how are you going to make an amends for that?" I said, "For what? He stole a cigarette." She said, "You threw the fit." And I said, "Well, sort of balancing." She said, "No, you've got to take care of your part of things. When you do things wrong, you have to take care of yours." And I said, "What?" She said, "You're going to have to go tell him that you were wrong." Wrong? She said, "There wasn't anything wrong with making the observation you didn't like the fact that he took your last cigarette. But throwing the fit and cussing the man out about it was an extreme, and that was not necessary." "I don't want to." She said, "Okay, you don't want to work the program." I said, "I didn't say I didn't want to work." She said, "Well, that's part of the program." I said, "Yeah." So I got in my car and I drove over to my mother's, and I was stomping out across the back field, and JD stopped and squared off. And he looked at me and he said, "What do you want?" And I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "What?" And I said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "What?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." and big tears began to form in his eyes. He says, "Do you realize you have never said you were sorry ever for anything you've ever done? Do you realize you have never been wrong before?" I stood there and I think, I'll prove him wrong. And I couldn't. And that appalled me to see what I saw. And he cried, and he held me in his arms, and he said, "I appreciate that so much." So that little amends, the beginning of that, healed the relationship, the beginning for me and JD. That gave us a starting point on our relationship. I don't make an amends to get rid of my own guilt. I found that for me, I can't come to you for forgiveness. I have to forgive me before I go to you. I can't let your forgiveness be contingent on how I feel about me. And that become willing to make amends, I become willing to forgive me for what I've done, so that if you refuse me, I will not be devastated. That I can go ahead and live and be okay. I forgive me first. If you forgive me, it's gravy. It's nice, but it's not necessary. All right, say you've got someone who's dead. How do you make an amends to the dead? I blackmail my brother-in-law. I used to blackmail him in order that he would do what I thought he should do by way of my sister. I had some information on him that if I used it, it would have ruined his marriage for it to come to light. And so when I wanted her to have a new ring, or all these things, because he did not seem to care for her like I thought he should. So I would make him do better things for her. So I would just go there and I'd say, you know, she'd really like to know, and he'd do whatever I want him to do. Well, JR died right after I came in the program. And I felt really bad about blackmailing him, you know. I didn't at the time. I enjoyed that. Don't you love the power you get in blackmailing? Boy, you can really manage and manipulate and control when someone will give in to you when you really got something juicy on them. And so I felt real bad about that, because the man was obviously very sick. And I had taken advantage of a sick person. Now, who's the sicker of the two? And I didn't like me very much for that, but he was dead. Now, what do you do now? And so I was told to go out to the cemetery and have a talk with JR. So I went out and I said at the cemetery, it's a good thing, because see, I had to get this resolved because my plot's right next to his. I could not go to eternity knowing he was waiting. I just couldn't do that. But I went out there and I sat on the grave and I talked to JR and I told him what I had done was wrong, and I begged his forgiveness. I told him the things that I'd always wanted to tell him and didn't tell him. And I know that the things that I did were wrong, and I told him that too. And the way I make an amends to JR is I don't do that to another living one of God's kids ever anymore. There's living amends. And if you find that what you've done is wrong and you can't undo that wrong, you don't do that. If it's within your power, don't ever do that again. So I've not found it necessary to blackmail anybody, and for which I'm sure everybody's grateful. Now, I want to tell you about this last amends, and then we're going to take a break. My mother. Boy, now this was a biggie, and I'd hated her all my life. And I felt like she hated me. And part of the reason I hated her was because that she didn't love me, and I would keep going to her for approval. And I would never get that approval. No matter how hard I tried, no matter what I did, it wasn't enough. It wasn't good enough, wasn't long enough, it wasn't right. I could make straight A's, and that was expected. It was not anything that you got a pat on the shoulder about. All I ever wanted was my mother to pat me on the shoulder and say, "You did good, kid." My mama never did that, but she'd tell you every time you didn't do good, I can tell you. And I hated her for that, because I found myself, even as a married woman, an adult, going to my mother still looking for that approval, going to that dry hole time and time again, and coming away with that same feeling and hating her for doing this to me, hating her. But I wanted to clear up these relationships, and I knew that I had done a lot of things, mean, cruel things to my mother, to get even with her for not loving me. And so God sent a girl from Missouri by the name of Betty. And Betty came to our group, and she had had a lot of mama problems. Seems like a lot of us women have problems with our mothers for whatever reason. And so Betty told me, she said, you don't accept your own limitations, therefore you don't accept your mother's. So what's that got to do with anything? She said, you just think about that and pray about that. And I saw that, I couldn't accept the way I felt any more than I could accept the way that she seemed to feel about me. And I wanted her to love me unconditionally, but I would not love her that way. I wanted her to love me regardless because she was my mother, but yet I refused to. I was wanting her to do it first because I didn't want to get hurt. And I didn't want to put out all this love and not get anything back for it. That was one of the big deals right there. And I'd always tried, and I'd call myself reaching out only to get shot down at the pass. Couldn't handle it. Well, Mama ain't going to change. But I would look at my mama, and I would see this mean, vicious old bat who was out to get me. That's how I'd see her. Every time I was over there by, I'd go back and I'd feel like I was like 6 or 7 years old when I'd go in there. And I would be defensive, and I would be on guard to listen for every word she said to get any kind of hurt that I could. I was like a sponge. Beat me, kick me, hurt me, tell me I'm cheap. I love it. I'd do that when I was around her, and it was a subconscious thing. I couldn't seem to help myself when I was around her. And so Betty told me, she says, have you ever thought about asking God to let you see your mama like he sees her? No. I never thought about doing that with anybody. But it's a wonderful tool, I'll tell you. So one day I was going over to my mama's. Now, I never do anything immediately when it's suggested. I have to mull it over it some more, and get to a point where there's nothing left to do, and then you try it. And so I was going over there that day, and I said, God, if it be your will, let me see my mother as you see her. And when I drove up, Mama was raking leaves in the backyard, and my mama's short. She's a little bitty old thing. I never realized that. She always seemed so formidable. And she looked frightened and lonely. Someone needing love real bad. She didn't look like my mama. And I could have compassion for that person. And it moved me so to be able to see her for once, instead of being mean or anything, but somebody needing something. My mother I always thought was so self-sufficient. She didn't need anything. So I went over. I asked her to put her leaf broom aside, and I put my arms around her. Boy, she's stiffening up. See, she's not used to that either. But I needed to do that for me. I needed to be able to give to my mother. And time went on. And then one day I realized my relationship with my daddy, when he died, I made him a saint. He became perfect. And I compared her to him every day, and she always came up short. And I realized that Daddy spoiled me rotten. And the way that he had raised me wasn't the way I needed to learn how to live, for God's sake. Daddy taught me that the whole world was going to lay down and do it my way, because he always did. And that wasn't the truth. And then I began to see all these rules and regulations that Mother had. My God, those are some of the principles I was trying to live by. And I had to look at her in a completely different light. And maybe she wasn't. God, that's hard, and that's real confusing, and it took a long time. And I would sit in there and I would cry. Let me tell you, to take Daddy from sainthood and make him a human being was very painful. And I had to, what happened here was my dream of how my daddy was had to die. Daddy wasn't how I wanted him to be. That was a fantasy person I had made. And that dream had to die. And so one day I'd gone to the bank, and in my mind came the voice, and it said, go see your mama today. I don't know why, but I went. I go see my mother frequently, so it's not a big deal. I didn't know. If I'd have known I was going to make an amends that day, I would have been scared to death. But I didn't know, because, see, I'd just become willing to make the amends. So when I got over at my mother's that day, she said, do you remember what happened when your daddy died? And I said, well, yeah. And I began to tell her, and she said, well, I don't remember it that way. And I thought, oh, here we go. Mother's going to say, you're calling me a liar, and we're going to get into it. And she didn't. And she said, you know, you were 12 at the time, and I was in my 50s. We probably saw it different, and chances are memories are how we choose to remember instead of how things really are. That was really profound from Mother. You know, I didn't think my mother had the ability to have a profound thought. See, I'd always judged her. And she said, you know, it was about the time your daddy died and you became such a rotten, ornery kid. She said, why did you do that? And I said, because I was getting even with you for not loving me. And she said, what do you mean I didn't love you? And I said, well, Mama, you never once put your arms around me. You never held me. You never told me you loved me. You never said you did good. You never did any of these things. And she said, but I put a roof over your head. I put food in your mouth and clothes on your back. It was more than I had. You see, my mother was raised in that alcoholic home. She had to leave when she was 13 because her father tried to rape her while he was drunk. She'd lived out of garbage cans. I'd been looking for her to give me something she didn't have all her life. You're taught love. She gave the best she had. She didn't know how to love. Now, it's a lot easier to make an amends. And my guilt was very strong now. And I looked at her and I thought, what a horrible thing to do to another human being. To keep going back to them, asking them for something they don't have. And hating them because of it. And I said, well, Mama, what can I do to make an amends to you for all the things that I've done that have hurt you? And she said, forgive me for not being the kind of mother you needed. She was the kind of mother I needed. I just cut her off every chance she took. I believe that God has always put in front of me what I needed, and I'm so blind in my arrogance, if it's not packaged just like I think it ought to be, I'll miss it. And my mother put her arms around me and she held me and she said, baby, I love you. I've always loved you. And my mother and I have a real good relationship today. It's not that fantasy relationship that I seem to think that mothers and daughters were supposed to have. But we can have fun together. I've never found it necessary to hate her again. I have compassion for her on a regular basis. And you know, I like me when I'm around my mother because I don't have to go to her for approval anymore. Because the little girl in me grew up. And I became a friend and have stopped looking for her for what she can't give. And look around me at the love that y'all have given me. You see, I would take this love but not nurture it. Instead, I'd want it from her. She doesn't know how. So when you hold me and you love me and you tell me you love me, you become my mother's love for me. You heal me of that need to have to go where it's not available. And the marvelous part is, did you know that my mother has started telling me, I love you? My mama hugged me and kissed me the other day before I came. And she said, I love you. I'll be worried till you get home. You're going up that Yankee land. She says, I hate it when you fly. I just hate it. But that's a miracle. And how did it come? When I became willing to make an amends and to change that relationship, when I began willing for God to change me so that the other things can change around me, the healing took place. We'll take a break and then go into step 10. I tell you what, if your legs are like if your buns are like my legs, we're getting tired here. Okay, step 10. Didn't think I'd make it to this point. You know, the next steps, 10, 11, and 12, are what I call the spiritual growth steps. Because if you've done everything up to this point, you've taken care of the past. You can put the past behind you. And now you're going to be living in the today. You no longer have to worry about the things from the past crawling up and zapping you. Now you notice the step says continue to take personal inventory and when we were wrong, not if we were wrong. Perhaps we might be wrong. The occasion that we might think we're wrong. It says when you're wrong. So that gives me some comfort to know that everybody must be wrong sometime. I didn't used to feel that way about it. I couldn't admit I was wrong because I thought that meant I was a mistake. But I've taken care of all that now. I've got that behind me. And now, according to the big book, we're going to enter into the world of the Spirit. I want to start off by saying there seems to be controversy at different places about something that happens after step 9. There are promises to be had. Now, the book doesn't say if we're painstaking about this phase of our alcoholic development, we'll be amazed before we're halfway through. That's not what the book says. It tells me that anybody that works the 12 steps are going to be able to claim these promises. And you know, I hear a lot of Al-Anon meetings, sometimes they'll say, we can't have those promises, they belong to AA. Well, if the promises are a result of working the steps, and if you're working the steps, what's the problem with the promises? I'm going to show you. We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. Well, I'll tell you one darn thing. If being able to not hide when the tornado comes, if being able to go out and to be able to bear myself like I have with y'all this weekend is not a new freedom, I don't know what is. And needless to say, if I don't have to worry about my past jumping me all the time, I can be a lot more happy. So a new freedom and a new happiness I had begun to experience. Will not regret the past, nor wish to shut the door on it. I don't regret what I've done in the past, because what I've done in the past is what helps me to see how much better off I am today. If I hadn't have done what I did, I wouldn't be where I am. So I don't regret the past. I regret the harm that I caused in the past, but I did everything I had to do up through a while ago to be where I am right now. That's the way my life is. I'll comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. Serenity and peace for me were the ability to lie down at night and your mind shut off when your head hit the pillow. Did you ever think about that? You can lay down and you can go right on off to sleep in peace. You no longer have to figure out what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, how you're going to manipulate this, that, or what have you. I knew a new serenity, and I knew the word peace. Peace means that I can stay by myself and be okay. I can remember when I used to live alone, when I was between husbands, boyfriends, and what have you. I wasn't alone very long because I had this hole inside of me that someone had to fill. And so I would go out and find someone that I could take hostage, bring home, and they could fill this emptiness within me. I can be at my house, alone, by myself, and it's okay. I can sit there and do nothing. I can grow mold, and it's okay. Used to, I had to be doing something all the time because I didn't know how to relax. I've learned how to relax. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. Well, I don't know how far down the scale I've gone. I've gone as far as I choose to go today. But I know that in sharing with you what I was like, it gives you permission to tell the truth about yourself. Because that's what I found from people sharing with me. I was not proud of physical violence that came down in our home. But we had a lady in our group that made the observation one day how she'd taken a baseball bat to her husband and broke several of his ribs, and I loved her. Not because she beat him up, but because she talked about beating him up. Because I couldn't express what I'd done until somebody else did. So that's what's so important, is to be able to share those feelings with other people. To share those things, those frustrations. Normal people do not run around beating on one another. But people who are very upset and don't know how to deal with their anger will do that. And so that's what showed me that it was okay to talk about this garbage in my life and to bring it out into the open. That feeling of usefulness and self-pity will disappear. I can't tell you the number of times that I have laid there and thought, there's no reason for me to be alive in this world. And when I played with that one long enough, that's what drove me to a suicide attempt. My feeling of usefulness and wallowing in that self-pity that came with it. You're no good. You've never been any good. You'll never be any good. You're a mistake. You shouldn't have happened. Now I want to tell you something. That word mistake bothered me for a long time. I'm a change-of-life baby. And I was told all my life that I was a mistake. I shouldn't have been here. Well, you know, as many times as people get out there and get with it, as compared to the number of pregnancies that actually occur, I believe there is a power greater than us that is making the moment of conception happen. And I don't believe that anybody is a mistake. I believe that God is in charge of life and death, and I don't believe anybody's born or anybody dies that God is not in control of that situation for whatever reason. And I'm talking about people that even take their lives. A friend of ours took their life last night. A child of a really close friend in this fellowship. He couldn't make the fellowship. I think God knew he wasn't ever going to make it and saved him from a life of hell and torment and allowed him to do what he had to do for himself last night. But that feeling of usefulness and self-pity, I found that I had a use when something that I shared of myself could help somebody else. Doesn't that make you feel good to know that God would use you as a tool to help somebody else? I must remember, it's never me. It's God working through me. Because if I take credit for it, I'll lose it. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. I never cared about you. I cared about me, 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 me. And when I began to care more about you and less about me was after I had worked to this point. Self-seeking will slip away. I don't have to go and do for me. I'm happier when I'm doing for you. But I only can do that if I've taken care of myself spiritually. I can only be free to do that if I have taken care of myself spiritually. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. It went from good God another day to God thank you for another day. Now that's a change of attitude. When I was more willing to love than to be loved, that was a change of attitude. When I was more willing to give than to receive, that's a change of attitude. These things happen. Fear of people and economic insecurity will leave us. Did you know that as I became willing to get rid of the defect of fear and also became willing not to go to the mall, that my economic insecurity began to leave me? As I began to get rid of those defects of character, as I become willing to release those things, we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. So many times you will be doing something and the right thing will pop into your head as to what you should do in a situation. Intuitively, you will know. When your contact is in the right place, you'll be surprised how much better your intuition is. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Think of what I've shared with you about the miracles with the truck, with all these other things that's happened in my life, with God doing for me, God allowing me to see my mother, something that I couldn't do for myself. Is that not the promises? And I love this part, and I think we should always read the next paragraph, because this is the reason. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They will always, always materialize if we're willing to work for them. And I think that's the key. So many times we are not willing to work for stuff. We want it to just be sprinkled down on us from the promise fairy. Was that a bad word? So, you see your whole life has changed now at this point. You cannot get to this point without your life changing. Because steps 6, 7, 8, and 9, you have begun changes. You became willing, and now your life is different. And if it's not different in your own 9, you've missed something somewhere. You have missed something, and you better go back. Because each step seems to balance on the one above it. You build your foundation one step at a time. It's sort of like if you had a step ladder out there, and you said, step 10 looks like a good one, I think I'll go for it, and you run from out here, and you go, now I'd bust the seat out of my pants if I went from ground to 10. I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of people try and do it. Or they'll take part of step 1 and zip to 12. Okay. Promptly. Why does the step 10 talk about promptly making an amends? My promptly is so I don't have to carry around guilt and resentment and give me enough time to justify what I've done. Because you give me a little time and I will justify why you shouldn't have done what you did. Because if you hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have had to do this. You deserved it. If I'm doing it promptly, I can't do all that because I don't have time. Now, promptly doesn't necessarily mean right this minute. Because you see, I might not even notice I've done you a harm. But the key to that is, as soon as I recognize I've done you a harm, I need to take some action here. Promptly is as soon as I recognize it's there. And there's signs for me to tell when I've hurt you. Number one is I don't feel comfortable. Number two is you're not treating me like you did. Because most people, when they get hurt, don't come and ask for another dose in the face. They'll pull back from you. Wonder why they don't call me anymore. Wonder how they always avoid me at the... Why didn't she speak to me? Wonder why that. I don't feel good about that. Is there something the matter? There's always go up and say, there seems to be something the matter. You know, if you don't know, they'll let you know. Believe me, they will let you know. It's a continuation of steps 4 and 5. It's a daily looking at yourself and admitting it to God and someone else. Now, what did we do in step 4? We wrote down what our inventory was. Well, if we're going to continue to do that, why wouldn't we write it down again? I found that for me, when I take a written inventory, 10th step, that I begin to see the patterns of my daily living. Now, I didn't mind making amends. By the time I got to this step, I'd got to the point where I could say, I'm wrong, I admit it, I screwed up, no big deal. But I found that I was making the same kind of amends over and over and over and over. Now that's disturbing. Why am I having to make those same kind of amends? Because I'm still doing that over and over and over and over. Well, what is it I'm doing? Well, here was the pattern. Here was the situation. Different names, places, and what have you, but the bottom line was the same. And I would never have seen it if it hadn't been written down. Would never have seen that pattern. Because I could look back over the last 3 or 4 weeks, if you've been having a hard time, look back over that daily inventory, and you'll see where the problem is if you're being honest. If you're being honest. And I always end the 10th step with something positive. There's never a day goes by that somebody doesn't do something good. And mine can be, I didn't lose my temper today. That's good for me. You ought to believe it. You can't carry grudges anymore. Not with Promptly. Promptly won't let you carry a grudge. Now, see, I used to be a grudge carrier. You know, I'd write it down in my memory and carry it a long time. We call it gunny sacking. You put it in your little gunny sack of resentments and you carry it along. And then one day when you've had all you want, you holler, Niggy sob. That's now I got you, you son of a bitch. And then you dump on them. And you tell them everything they've ever done in the last 6 months that's griped you. I was real bad to do this with my husband. There would be all these little bitty things that was coming down that I didn't like and that I was carrying resentments and grudges about. And then one day I'd just get all I could handle and I'd say, aha! And I'd say, let me tell you, you remember back 12 years ago when you did this? And I mean, I could come all the way down through the years and listen to you. This is just like the time you did this, this, and this. That wasn't letting go of anything. See, that was carrying all those resentments in that little old gunny sack. Well, I can't do that if I'm living in today. I can't afford, that's one of the reasons that I find that if you do something that irritates me, I can say, that irritates me. Please don't do that. I don't like what you did. That doesn't say I don't like you. But if I don't tell you I don't like what you did, pretty soon I'll say, I hate your guts. I will transfer that from what you did to you. If I don't take care of it promptly. Promptly. Okay? And the longer I go without doing an amends for the wrongs I've done, the more apt I am never going to make that amends. Because I will justify it, rationalize it, into where it's all your fault, and I am totally pure as the driven snow. I'll do that if I keep carrying it on longer and longer. Or I take now like dishonesty. When you have a tendency to exaggerate, what do you do when you're lying? When somebody says to you, well, we had... I got real tickled. One of the boys in our group, somebody asked him one day, said, do you go turkey hunting? And he said, yes. And he came to me and he said, I've never hunted a turkey in my life. He said, why did I say yes? I said, I don't know. You tell me why. And he said, I guess I thought it was an ego thing, that I should have been doing that. I found that in those situations when people ask you questions, you ever hear yourself telling them a bald-faced lie and you know it's a lie? Is stop right then and say, that was a lie. Now that'll stop you from doing that, I'll tell you. You know, when you're telling somebody something and you're just going on and you say, that's a damn lie. I don't know why I said that. I guess I was trying to get your attention or what have you, but this is the truth. When you start doing that and you start cleaning it up promptly, you'd be surprised how that will be a good tool to keep you from doing that mess. Because it's real embarrassing to have to do that, especially with complete strangers. You know, someone can come up to you at the grocery store and you'll have something on and they'll say, oh, I love that. Where'd you get it? And say, you know, you would like to say, I got it at Saks. And you say, I got it at Saks. And they'll say, oh, and I'll say, the Kmart division. You know, you've got to tell the truth. It's a little thing, but you'd be surprised if you just take a list each day how many times you tell stuff that's just not so. And that doesn't mean it has to be a blatant lie. It can be. But it's those little exaggerations throughout the day. And then I'd have emotional hangovers. You ever go to bed and you've got this thing and it's bothering you and you know you did it, and you get up the next morning and you feel like a dog because all night long, you know, you've known that you've got to do this thing. It was bad and you shouldn't have done it. You don't have to do that with promptly. Because once I make it and write it down, I know that in order for me to write today's list down, I'm going to have to start off with, I made that amends. Because if I don't, it's going to wonder why. What happened over here? Okay. The purpose of the step is for us to get in a habit of looking at ourselves on a daily basis. You realize we got here because we didn't look at ourselves on a daily basis. We'd look at stuff and then we'd push it to the back and not deal with it. We'd look at more stuff and push it to the back. That's how we got where we are. So we're going to have to live in a manner which demands that rigorous honesty. We're going to have to take that daily look so that we don't build that bag of garbage to carry with us again. Now that doesn't mean that we're never going to have to do a fourth and a fifth step again. I believe that for me, I take an annual inventory every year. Now this inventory is not like the original inventory. This inventory is a progress report where I can see from where I came from last year as compared to this year. I can see the areas of my life where I have got improvements. I can see the areas that I backslid in too. And it tells me what I need to be doing, where my program is falling off. If you've got that little vague feeling of discomfort, there's something just not quite right. You can do that annual inventory, take a look at that, and you can see why you're not just quite right. And it has nothing to do with doing the 10th step every day. I can do that, but I need to see for myself my growth, because if I don't sometimes, I get really down. You ever feel like when you're sitting there in the meeting that everybody in the meeting's growing but you? And the reason is they're all growing but you. You get a little complacent, you know, and you sit there and start comparing yourself to other people. Have you ever noticed that you never compare yourself to an equal? You're always better than or less than. You're never the same with. So that's the reason I find that the only true person I can compare myself to is me, where I came from. And that's what I do with this annual inventory. I have a choice now to choose how I feel, how I react to things, what I'm doing. I can do a spot check inventory during the day. If I get a little uncomfortable during the course of the day, I can look at myself and see what's the matter. And I have to ask myself, what's the reality here? Not necessarily my feelings, but what's reality? Because a lot of times my feelings have nothing to do with reality. You know, the reality is everybody may love me, but the feeling may be nobody loves me. You know, we get real sick in our feelings. I've learned that I'm going to have to use some self-discipline. I don't like doing that. I'm a free spirit, you know. I don't like to do that. But I have to do that. I have to go back and take a look, and I have to persevere in doing this. And it's real funny. If you miss it 2 or 3 nights, it's like going to church. You don't miss it at all then. I mean, you can just go forever and not have to go back. You can get healed right there. Not have to worry about it. But when I do that, then I get in trouble. And then you have to go back to what works. That's what I found in this program. If it works, don't fix it. So I know what works for me, so I can go back and get it to work for me again. Now the 11th step. I love this step. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God. It says improve it. That means you're bound to have one by this time. As we understood Him, praying only for the knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry it out. I don't have to know what God needs for my husband to do. I don't have to tell God what to tell J.D. to do. You know, I used to pray that way, you know. I'll let him go, and then I'll tell God what he needs to do. I'll sick God on him. I've learned that prayer is me talking to God, telling God how I feel. And I tell God how I feel. If I get up and feel like shit, I tell God that. I say, God, I feel like shit today. And my God is not going to zap me for saying that, because He knows me, loves me, and accepts me just as I am. God has to accept me when I'm like that, because I'm more like that than I am like some other way. And when I need the love the most is when I have done something I shouldn't do. You know, people who don't deserve love need it more than anybody else. Those that don't feel worthy. And so I need to feel that contact, that I'm going to get the same kind of love regardless if I'm good or bad. That no matter what happened, I didn't feel alone. Now, I established that in that third step. But you see, I didn't know how to get close to God. I got closer to God when I was able to come through those defects, to give some of them away, to be all right with my fellow man. Now it's just me and God. I don't have all that wall standing between me and God. And I begin to see things in my daily life that I never saw before. Things that were there, I'm sure. Like, for instance, have you ever gotten to a point where things are just not going very well in your home? And you're getting a little fearful. And all of a sudden, when you get into that fear, one of your main fears will come back upon you. It's just real funny when you play with fear. And so one of those was the financial deal. And so I was sitting there, and we seemed to be in a really bad place financially, and I didn't know what to do. There wasn't anything to do, and I was scared. And so that morning when I had prayed, I had told God, I said, God, I'm scared about this. I don't know what we're going to do here. And then I went over before I sat down to meditate, and I fed my fish. Well, I got this aquarium, and I put my little fish food on the top of the water, and I sat down, and I just started looking at that aquarium, and I got just really looking at that aquarium. And you know, there were fish that were eating off the top, and then they'd hit that food, and some of it go down through the middle, and there were fish that were eating in the middle. And when they hit it, it would splatter some more, and then there were those that were eating across the bottom. Now, there was one little dealie of fish food on the top of the water, but everybody was getting what they needed right where they were. Nobody had to get, the fish that live on the bottom didn't have to come to the top for it. It came down. Those that swam through the middle didn't have to go to the top. It came down. So everybody got what they needed. And when you feed your fish, if you've ever had any, if you put in 2 days fish food, you'll kill your fish. The water will sour. So you have to put 1 day at a time what they need. And I said, that's it. God's going to give me 1 day at a time everything I need. And I was able to turn it over. And I've never worried that much. That's not saying I don't get concerned. But I've not found it necessary to go into that panic anymore, because I know what I was given that day in the meditation. That it's okay, that I'm going to get what I'm supposed to have right where I'm at. I don't have to worry about yours. I don't have to worry about your getting mine. I'm going to get everything I need. I don't know. You know, we have our 1 day at a time book. Now, there are 3 million meditation books out. There's a lot of good meditation books. And I don't know about y'all, but I have a tendency to just, if it's worth doing, do it till you die on the spot. So I had a tendency to get 5 or 6 meditation books and sit down and meditate. And I'd read this one, and then I'd read the next one, and by the time I got to the third one, I didn't know what the first one said. So I found it for me, I read one spiritual reading in the morning, and the reading out of either the ODAT or the ADAT. Now, I found for me here a few years ago, I had read my 1 day at a time over and over and over and over till I knew it by heart. And I would shortchange myself, because I'd pick it up, look at a page, start reading, and say, I remember this one. And I'd just give it lip service, more or less. I'd just glance down through it. I didn't stop and meditate on it. I just read it. Yeah, I remember that. I remember this. So I took the Alateen a day at a time. I'd never read it before. And I started going through it. And if you haven't read the Alateen a day at a time, you're missing something. Because they cut through all of the sweet stuff, and they put it just like it is.
It is an excellent meditation book. So now I'm in my 3rd year of the Alateen book, and I'm getting new stuff out of it every year. And I'm reading my one spiritual reading in the morning. And then at night, if I want to read something else, I read it at night. But I try not to cram too much because, I don't know about you, but I cannot retain a lot. So I need to have just some main thing that I can center in on and meditate on that. And it's a spiritual truth. Now, you say, well, I don't know how to meditate. Can you worry? If you can worry, you can meditate. Because it's the same thing. You just worry about something good instead of something bad. You just give the undivided attention. You know, have you ever thought about when you're worrying, how that you can keep, no matter what you're doing, you can run in your mind and go back to the problem? Then make it just what you're doing. Try doing it with something positive. Try doing it with something positive. I can always hear God's voice when I am in good spiritual shape. And now I'm not talking about an audible voice that says, Mary Pearl. It's not that at all. It's that intuitive voice that tells you, do this, don't do that, why don't you do this? The thoughts that come to you, the things that give you strength to go on, that little nudge of encouragement when you feel down. Those are the things that when I am in good spiritual contact with my higher power, when I'm not carrying resentments, when I'm not holding unforgiveness in my heart, all those things will keep me from experiencing the sunlight of the Spirit. All those things are those shadows that separate me from God's love. You know, the step says we salt. Now, salt. Think about salt a minute. It means you got to seek. You got to go looking for it. You don't just sit there and wait for it to flip a deal on you, you know. You got to seek through the prayer and the meditation. You're going to have to spend some time. You're going to have to take some time for yourself. And I found so many times that I'd say, well, I'm running late this morning. I don't have time to do prayer and meditation. I've got time to screw up my day. But I don't have time to set the tone for my day. If you're already late, you're late. So be a little later and take time to do. Because when I was late, even when I'd stop and take time for prayer and meditation, my day went better. You know how you used to when you were running late, it seemed like the whole day you was playing catch up? When I start off with the prayer and meditation, somewhere along the line it all catches up. And I'm not playing that game because I am getting my spiritual nourishment first. It's getting a positive start. Now I want to tell you something about prayers. It doesn't even have to be your prayers. Prayers of others. Prayers of the people in your group are very important for you. When you're in a bad place, call and ask. There's times when I get mad at God and I can't pray. And so I call somebody else and I'll say, I'm mad at God. Would you pray for me? Now, a lot of us are afraid to say we're mad at God. Well, He knows it. See, when I get mad at you, I don't talk to you. So therefore, when I get mad at God, I don't talk to Him either. I treat everybody the same. JD got cancer. That made me mad. And so I wouldn't talk to God about it. And I didn't want to talk to people about it because it was one of those things that the more you talk about it, the more real it became. Let's stay in denial. I don't want to talk about it. It's not really happening. It's not hell and I'm not here. You know, I was so scared. And one of the girls that I sponsor called me and I was crying and she said, what's the matter? And I said, nothing. You know, are we good? Well, she hung up the phone and she called all the others in the group and she said, there's something wrong with Murph. Let's pray for her. Well, I can't tell you when it happened, but somewhere during the course of that night between 11 and midnight, peace came over me. I didn't know if JD was going to live or he was going to die, but I knew we were going to be okay. Now what happened? It was the prayers that were being answered for these girls who didn't even know what they were praying for because, see, God knew what I needed. So there's always a time that it's good for you to pray for other people. They need the prayer, you need the practice. So pray for them. Every good thought you have can be a prayer. When you're thinking about somebody comes to your mind, God bless so-and-so. God may be putting them in your mind for a reason. And you see, Linda didn't know when she was praying for me what was going to happen. But when that peace came over me, I knew it would be okay. JD had the surgery. That's been 10, 11 years ago, and he's fine. He's fine.
But the thing of it is, I was fine before he ever went in for the surgery. The prayers of other people. We have in our group a prayer request after the meeting is over and after we say, keep coming back. If anybody wants anybody to pray for them, they say, remember me. Pray for me. Pray for my aunt. Pray for my uncle, whatever. And we do. And we don't even have to know why or who they are by name. And I find that myself, I used to beat myself when I'd say, I can't remember who it was said they needed prayer. God, you remember. I'm putting in the prayer. You put it where it needs to go. Because I don't remember. But I'm doing what I'm asked to do. And I think that that keeps me. I developed God consciousness. God goes with me. I bring him with me. I take him with me. I go places with him. We do lots of things together. I don't like to do things without God. Because when I do things without God, then I'm off by myself, and sometimes I get scared. But if I take God with me, do you think there's any way I could come to Omaha, Nebraska, and share my insides with you this weekend if I had not asked my God to be with me? Nobody wants to expose themselves like that. I have to ask God to take care of my thinking. If God takes care of my thinking, my actions take care of themselves. Because my actions will follow my thinking a lot of times. Now, in the beginning, we have to take actions against our thinking. But then, after a while, I can get to the point where I can have God to direct my thinking. And when I have got God in my mind, it's very hard for me to act ugly toward you. I found that the best way, God has showed me a lot of tools in dealing with people. And one of those is to act as if. Now, we have an expression called fake it till you make it. I don't like that because it sounds so phony. But to act as if until I can, that I can grab onto. Like, for instance, I can act as if the kind and loving daughter until I can become one. I can act as if the kind and loving wife until I become one. And if I don't know how to be a kind and loving wife, ask someone who is. And say, how do you do that? How do you do that? God will reveal these things to you if you're willing to reach out and ask the other people to help you. That's what we're there for. And it's just a darn shame that people will die in this program, and I have seen people die in this program for the lack of ability to reach out and say, I need help. And I'll tell you who the worst ones about it, and that's your old-timers. I have been the old-timer in my group, and I would be dying and refuse to reach out for help because, you see, my ego wouldn't let me go back to those others for help. And that's crazy. Sometimes the oldest member in the group is the one that's in the worst shape in your meeting. Don't forget your old-timers. Trying to ask God for decisions or answers to my problems. You know, it says asking only for the knowledge of God's will for your life. God, what do you want me to do today? What do you want me to do? If I've got a decision that's really bothering me and it's something that has to require action, say like I've got something I've got to know by this afternoon. I'll say, God, this is the deal. I've got to know by this afternoon. I've got to give somebody an answer. Now, what would you have me do? And nothing happens. Okay? I'll say, well, God, these seem to be my choices. And I will talk my choices over with someone. And I'll say, do you see any other choices? Is there another option out there that I haven't seen? You know, sometimes we don't have, I used to think you have to do something. You don't always have to do something. Sometimes you can just not do, and it's okay. But sometimes things require immediate action. And so I say, okay, God, I don't seem to be getting a direct message here, something that I can really put my hand on. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. And if this is not what you would have me to do, shut the doors. And I've learned that I have to follow this up with something else. And God, show me a shut door. It's funny how I'll bang into a shut door time after time after time after time and not know it's a shut door. So I need God to show me a closed door. I can beat my face flat trying to get through a closed door. And you have to be careful because self-will tell you that door is open when it is not. When I say it has to be this way or no other way, and then you get there and say, well, maybe I can change it a little bit. I'll be willing to settle for this or that. I find that doesn't work. So many times you'll get to the situation, somebody asks you something, you hear something come out of your mouth that you didn't even know was there. And there's the answer to your solution. A lot of times in talking over your problem with someone else, you'll know what your solution is. But what you're wanting is somebody to rubber stamp your cockamamie idea. You know, I find this especially true when you have to call 10 people. When you do that, you're trying to find somebody to agree with you. You don't want the answer. One of the lowest points for me was after I came in the program. And it was when I was that sick newcomer and I could not reach out and ask for help. And I was afraid that if I told you that I was in the shape I was in, that you wouldn't love me anymore. You'd say, she's a phony. And so I went to my group, and it really hurt, but I had gotten on my knees in my living room, and it didn't seem low enough somehow, so I got flat on my face on the floor, and I said, God, my life's unmanageable. I'm powerless, and I'm hurting, and I need help. And I went back to my group, and I told them that very thing. I said, I am in pain. I'm hurting. My program's just shot out the window. I'm back to hello, Al-Anon. And I cried, and that was something that I just wouldn't do in front of a group, for God's sake. And I just knew that they weren't going to love me anymore. And after the meeting was over that night, a little old girl came over to me, and she said, you know, I love you more tonight than I've ever loved you because you became human. She said, when you never came to the group and told us about your problems, I always felt like I was doing wrong if I had a problem. That if I'd have been working the program like I should have, I wouldn't have had a problem. And I'm not here to tell you that's not the truth. You're going to have problems. Problems called life. Life is a series of problems that we learn by going through. You don't learn by hiding from. You don't learn by evading. You learn by walking through it to the other side. And you don't have to walk alone. Not in here. I love the 11th step prayer, that prayer of St. Francis. You know what's amazing to me is God doing the little everyday miracles. I love little everyday miracles. Like, for instance, these earrings. These earrings are a miracle. Not the fact that I have them, but the fact that I lost them and have them. Now, one of the girls I sponsor gave me these one year for Christmas. And this past Christmas, I was out at the mall looking for some Christmas gifts. And I missed them. I missed one. And so I went back to the J.C. Penney's where I thought I had maybe lost it. And I asked the woman, did they see anything? We all looked around. We couldn't find it. And I left her my card, and I said, just in case it turns up. And it did upset me there for a minute. And then I said, wait a minute, God, I'm going to give these earrings to you. And if I'm supposed to have it back, okay. And if not, you help me to accept it. So I went on, and nothing happened. 3 weeks later, now 3 weeks, Christmas time rush, you know, 3 weeks. And they called and they said, you know, it's the strangest thing, but we found your earring. Now, I saw your card on my desk yesterday morning, and I said to myself, if we hadn't found it by now, I might as well throw the card away, and I forgot to. And she said, we've got your earring. And I said, that's fantastic. I said, God is so good. And I went out to get my earring. And when I went out there to get it, I was waiting for her to wait on this other girl, and sitting right there at the counter was this black wool skirt with a drop waist that I'd been wanting one for a long time and hadn't ever found one, and it was in my size. And when she got there, I said, what's with this skirt? And she said, I don't know, we've had it in the back. I don't know how come we hadn't had it out, but it's the only one we've got like that, and I can give it to you for $15 if you want it. And I said, you know, God really has a sense of humor. I said, I need that. It wasn't that I just wanted it, but I had been needing it, and it turned out my first experience to wear it was to a funeral. But nonetheless, it was so funny because, you know, I just went back to get the earring, and God put something else that I'd been wanting at any rate right there for me at a price that I could afford without any problems. Then let's see. It's like your meditation is like having an insurance policy. I used to work in insurance for years. An insurance policy is something that you pay premiums on and hope to God you never have to use, you know, because I worked in life insurance. In order to collect it, your friends do, and your loved ones do, you don't. But, you know, it's like paying up that insurance policy. Someday you may need that insurance. I may not need it today, but I want it to be there if the situation comes up where I have to have it. And that's where my prayer and meditation comes in. I pray and I meditate. And I may not be in a crisis situation today, or there might not be something terrible coming down, but I don't want to have to be. I used to do that all my life, those crisis communications, and going, God, 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 help me, God. Oh my God, it's in a mess. I don't have to do that
because I've got a daily contact, I've got a conscious contact, so that when these situations come up, I don't have to reestablish a contact and feel guilty for asking for help when I hadn't been there before. And I used to live like that. But now I don't feel guilty about asking God for help. That's what He's there for. That's what He's there for. And when you have a good spiritual condition, you have more emotional balance in your life. The spiritual prayer and meditation will give you emotional balance. And it never dawned on me that I had to get well spiritually first, so that I could get emotionally well, so that I could get physically well. I had lots of physical problems. I don't have near the problem of physical problems that I once had. And it's because I don't have the stress factor I once had. God has the stress. Don't you know God must be stressed out sometimes with all of us? God gives me blessing after blessing. And no matter how much I've received from God, He never gets tired of giving. And you know, my God enjoys the presence of my company. He enjoys hearing from me. Just like I think your parents do, or you would enjoy hearing from your children. You enjoy hearing good message, not just, I need money. But hey, I love you. You know, I was reading here a while back and it said, do you love God? You know, I was real concerned about the fact God loving me, and I didn't think about, did I love God? And I thought, well, do I love God? Now, that's something to think about. I'm glad that I have God, and I love God for what He does. Aha, but do I love God just for what He is? And then I got to looking around, and there's a piece of God in every one of you, and certainly I love God. I love the God in everybody. And I also love what my God has done for me as a person. Having had the spiritual awakening as the result of the steps, you're not going to get the spiritual awakening without doing the steps. There's a promise that you will get it. Now, for me, it was a gradual thing. That's what an awakening is. I am not a good, you know, the minute the alarm goes off, I don't go, ta-da! About 4 hours later, I go, ta-da, you know. But it says that you will be skyrocketed into a new plane of living. That's the happy, joyous, and free. That's where I'm trying to live now. I'm a spiritual being. God lives inside of me, so I try to take care of God's resting place. I try to get in contact with the God that lives within me. Now, one of the best ways that we can do practicing these principles and carrying the message, let's try sponsorship. Not from the giving end, but not from the receiving end, but from the giving end. In sponsorship, I carry the message, not the person. I used to be guilty of trying to carry the person and trying to do it for them. You want it so bad for them, you'll do it for them, and they never get it. And you wonder why. They don't have to, because you're doing it for them. So I have learned that the best way that I can carry the message is by living it. By living it, not just talking it, but living it and showing them and having them around so they can see. I've tried to be a good sponsor, and I'm not always successful. I'm a human being. I make plenty of mistakes. And I think some of my earlier babies were my guinea pigs, you know, and they tell me now that I'm mellowing out. That I'm not near so vicious as I once was with the new ones. The new ones bitch all the time about it, but you know, as a sponsor, we sow the seeds. That's all I'm responsible, to sow the seeds. But as a person, I'd like to be there and help cultivate and harvest the crop. I'd love to do that. That's not always the case. There was a little girl that kept calling me. She lived in another town, and when she would run away from home to Little Rock to a motel for the weekend, she would call and tell me how terrible things were in her life and da-da-da-da, and that she had my name and number. And I'd say, have you gone to meetings in where the town you're from? And she'd say, no, but I'm going to do that just as soon as I get back there. And the next time, a couple of months later, she'd be back up at the motel calling me again, and I'd say, well, have you been to the meeting? No, I just hadn't got around to doing that yet, but I'm going to do that. And so when she called the third time, and she said, I'm up here, I said, have you been to me? She said, no, and I said, I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. Do what I told you to do, and don't call me back till you have, and hung up. Then my husband looked at me, and he said, that was one of the cruelest things I believe I ever saw a person do to another person. And I said, all I'm doing is keeping her from a meeting. I'm giving her a booster shot every time she calls. I said, I'm not really helping her. Well, a couple of years later, I was at a conference, and this little girl came up to me, and she said, I want to introduce myself. And it was this same little girl. She said, you made me so damn mad, I went back to them meetings just so I could call you again. I'm not saying that's the way to do it. I'm just saying that was my experience. Then there was a girl that came to our group and was there for a long time, and I tried so hard, and it just didn't seem to take, and she went away. And several years later, a friend of ours had been to St. Louis, and when they came in, they had met this girl there, and she was active up there. So you never know. The seeds that you plant today may not take root for a long time, but all I'm responsible for is to plant the seeds. Then it's in God's and their hands, whatever they do in their time. And you've got to remember, the program is not for people who need it. It's for people who want it. The little boy that's no longer with us today had 3 opportunities to make this program, and he didn't want it. God knows he needed it, but he didn't want it. I find that in sponsorship, I do best when I walk beside you. Instead of behind you, trying to push you. I do better when I'm walking beside you. It's real funny. J.D. talked to me one time, and he wanted to know if I'd be his sponsor. And I was sort of shocked by that, and I said, well, you know, first your ego says, huh? And I said, you what? And he said, yeah, and that way I'd get to see some of you. Yeah. I had to look at that, you know. And it was, I had gotten so carried away that I was not doing my homework. You know, the program begins at home. A lot of times I think that when we first start working the program, we work it in our group, where it's real easy, because everybody's going to accept you and love you, even if you are just a real dip, you know. You can squall all the time, and they'll say, it's all right, keep coming back. But you got to take it home, and if you can't take it home, you don't have much with you. And home was the last place I took it. I took it to the office, I took it here, there, and everywhere, and finally it hit me, you know, you got to take the program home. And here my husband was, what he was saying is, you never have any time for me. And that was the truth. I don't know, we had gotten so, you know, they tell you take your focus off the alcoholic. I really did. And we'd become 2 different units instead of a home. He was going to his meetings doing his thing, and I was over here going to my meetings doing my thing, and we didn't have any our thing. We didn't have an our thing. So we had to take a look at that. And one of the things that was very good that came out of that was I found that I had a whole new person at home. That he had changed, and I'd changed, and we were no longer the people we were. And in some instances when this happens, you find in common the only thing you have was your sickness. And you don't have anything. But thank God that was not our case. And we found that we could love one another in recovery. We could accept each other as we were. But how we began to do this was we began to practice the traditions in our relationships. And it never dawned on me that you could do that, but now think about it. If traditions can keep groups of sickies together and functioning okay, why couldn't it keep a couple of sickies functioning and together? And we began to try to practice these principles. Now, you can't work the traditions at home if you can't do the steps. It won't work because you won't have the tools. But we started doing that. And we found that we could begin, and J.D. and I hold hands again. Like little kids. We have fun. We can do things together without hassling one another because we both want to be there and we both want to make it work. I got into service in a big way. Alternate GR, DR, all the little R's there are. Area offices, I held area officers and all this kind of stuff. I found that for me at this point in my life, that I'm not active at the service level other than at my group right now. I'm our literature chairman. I got to make sure that they keep them damn blueprint for progress out of there. Believe it or not, I carry some. What did I do? What was I like before I got here as compared to I have now?
I'm not the same person I was when I came here. I have a message to carry now. I didn't have a message to carry then. I had sickness, and I carried it and passed it on real well. So I'm trying to do today is I'm trying to carry the message of recovery to show you what I used to be like, what happened, and what I'm trying to be like one day at a time. And did you know 12-stepping can be done on anyone regardless of their time in the program? Because I have found it necessary sometimes to go to these old-timers and to be honest about what you're seeing. That's hard, but when you go up to somebody and say, you're not the same as you used to be. The joy seems to have gone out. I love you and I care. You can 12-step your old-timers. Principles above personalities. What if there's someone you just don't like? Do you ever meet anybody you just don't like? What have they got that you got? What is there about them that you do? That always irritates me, but that's the truth. Usually when I don't like somebody, it's because they're like I can be on any given day. And you know, every once in a while, God is really neat and shows you how you used to be, lest you go back there. I was in Hawaii a couple of summers ago, and I got stranded down in the Waipio Valley, which is a very rustic area, and we were in the middle of a river at the time. And the tour guide, we were supposedly fording this river, and there had been a mudslide the night before, and the terrain had changed a little bit, and we went down, and the water came over, and we were there. And the water must have been about waist deep, I guess, and he said, well, we're here. Now, there was a man in that truck, or in that van, that said, get us out. And the Hawaiian said, we're here. He said, I can't, the starter's underwater. And this guy threw a fit. I mean a fit. And he ran up and down the bank for hours just having a conniption. I was sitting over under the palms. Now on the side of our van it said, an adventure you'll not soon forget. I figured this is it. And this guy kept running up and down, and he ran his mouth the whole time. Well, we had 2 rescue vehicles that come and got us before it was all over with, and it was a long ordeal for a whole day. But when we finally got back to the hotel, this one guy was just absolutely frothing at the mouth, cussing, screaming, hollering, said, we're going to sue, we want our money back, da-da-da-da, and he was just going through all this, and he was trying to get a riot started from the people that were there in the van and get us all to attack the management of the hotel. And I'd listened about all that I wanted to hear all day long. And so when he came to me and he said, what do you think? I said, it says an adventure you'll not soon forget. I got mine. I don't know what your problem is. And he just looked at me, and I went on back to my room. Well, it was about 2 or 3 minutes after I got back, the hotel called and said they were refunding the money before he ever had a chance to jump them. But we listened to this guy for the rest of the tour. 2 weeks later, he's still bitching about this deal down in the thing. And that was Mary Pearl. I saw me the way I used to be. And I said, you know, that's an humbling experience. Because I said, I used to bitch and rave and carry on and blow it out. You wouldn't even recognize that story by the time 2 weeks hence was from what it really was when it happened. He had that blown into such a big deal, you wouldn't believe it. They should have their license stripped away from them. They should have done this. They should have done that. I never heard so much. And I thought, God, I'm so glad I don't have to live like that anymore. That I have principles that I can live by. I found my place here. Did you ever feel like you never fit? I found my place. Did you know what I found like? I like to make coffee. I wouldn't drink that stuff for nothing. Hate coffee. But I make some of the best coffee for our group, and JD said I'm the best coffee maker for somebody that doesn't drink coffee, because he really drinks coffee. But I found that was how I could go over there and help my group. I could go over there and open up the building and turn on the air conditioner so it'd be nice when everybody got there. Or I could go over and turn on the heat. Or I could be the literature chairman. Or I could do all these things. I can go over there and set up the tables. This is my place. My place is to be here. That's my home. And I don't want people crumbing in and cruddying up my home. I get real protective about the building. There's another reason I'm protective about our building. Now, my grandfather died in the state hospital from alcoholism. But that man built the building that we meet in. So, you know, his life wasn't in vain. because even though he died of this disease, there's people every day of the world that are getting help in a place that he provided. And that's a special place. To me, it's like my home away from home. When I go in there, there's something about going through the door. I have peace. I'm home. I'm safe. I don't have to worry about being loved, accepted, or anything in here. This is safe. That's how I feel about Al-Anon. You know, the family afterward experiences a thing of supreme value in life. This is true only if one is willing to turn the past to good account. If I can live realizing what I've done that doesn't work and quit doing it that way, I can turn my past to good account. I can live better today because I know how to live today. I never knew how to live before. That's what the steps are for me. They're the guidelines for living. How I can live my life with the steps and the traditions will keep me in harmony with my God, myself, and my fellow man. They will work in all my relationships. I mean, even the casual people that you meet on the street. I'm going to tell you about, remember how I was so vicious at the grocery store? I want to tell you about me at the grocery store. I'm the kind of customer they love to have, because I go in and my way of making amends is to be the most cheerful customer they've ever had. I get Christmas cards from bag boys. When they're going to move from one store to another at home, the assistant manager and one of the others, there's a couple of checkers and the boy in the produce department, they came and they said, "Miss Thompson, we're moving over to Cantrell Road. Why don't you come over and shop there?" Now, Cantrell Road's on the other side of town from me, and I go over there because those are my friends now. I could never do that before. People actually want me to come in and shop at their store, and they said, "We always know we're going to have a good day when you come because you're always so up." I got my car fixed at this little boy's. He's just started a new business. He's trying real hard. His wife said, "Miss Thompson," I took my car in and got it fixed on a Monday. She said, "This is the best Monday we've had in a long time. Your attitude is so good. Would you call us every Monday?" So when I'm home, I try to make a practice and I'll say, "This is your perky little Monday call. Are y'all having a good day down there today?" And she said, "You don't know how much that means." And I can tell you another thing. Do you know what kind of service I get at these places? You know, there's a spiritual principle. What goes round comes round. What you sow, you reap. When you do good for people, you get good back. It don't have to be from the ones you're doing it for. You know, I always thought I kept score. I've done this for you, so therefore you owe me this. Well, that's not the spiritual principle. The principle is just to give freely. Freely you receive, so freely you give. So I'm real good to you, and so what happens to me? I get my earrings back. That's what happens. I do good, good comes to me. When I do bad, bad comes to me. The other day I'm tooling down the road and they've moved the Ups place. Now they should never move the Ups place. I love the little Ups trucks. And they told me, they said, now it's east of the airport. Now Tina's a north, south, east, and west, but I'm an up, down, left, and right. And so when this guy said east, I didn't know where the hell he was. So I got off and I said, "God, come on, we're going to go find the Ups place." And I got off and I took this exit off the freeway and I got over there, and then there were 3 roads to choose from. Took a road. This can't be the way to Ups. I was in a really bad area, which I knew was not safe for a woman to be there alone. I could identify that. So I pulled in this driveway of this burnout house. And I said, "God, this can't be it. Where is the Ups place? I would really appreciate some direction." And about that time, I started backing out, and in my mirror, I caught an Ups truck, a little bound truck. I followed him all the way to the Ups place. Now, several people said, "What if he'd been making deliveries?" God knew I needed to go to the Ups place. He wasn't going to be making deliveries. Now, that's a little funny thing, right? Coming home from the Ups place, as I come off of the freeway, zooming, careening at 55 miles an hour, I have no brakes. I put my foot on the brakes and they go straight to the floor. This is a very busy exit intersection. I'm going, "God, help me." And there wasn't a car in sight as I went sailing through that light.
not one. And I went on up to my place to get my car fixed, and when I wheeled it in, I said, William, I said, I did not have any brakes. I said, that is a terrifying feeling, and if God hadn't have been there, we'd have both been dead. And he said, well, I'll take a look at it. He said, when have you had your brakes? I said, never. You've never had your brakes worked on? Not on this one, never. It's a 1972 Chevrolet station wagon. Told you God does maintenance on my cars. So he called me back and he said, Miss Thompson, I don't believe this, but he said, that's the original stuff, but it's just your master cylinder. Your brakes are okay. So he said, it'll be ready for you. A little later, I went up there and got it. God takes care of the things. God does for me what he knows. I told him, I said, God, now I can afford so much, but anything over that, it's yours. You'll have to figure out how to pay for that. So God just made it something I could afford. How do you repay your sponsor for what they've given to you? Did you ever think about that? I did. Boy, every birthday, Christmas, I rush in there with my prayer. She said, I wish you wouldn't do so much of this. I said, why? She said, the way you repay me, there is no way, because you get more out of sponsoring than the people you sponsor. And that is the gospel truth. Now, I could never have children. I was sterile. I was very resentful about that. Having been around small children, I know exactly that God was being very generous. He knew that I would do better with older kids, 20s, 30s, 40s, those. I have more kids than I know what to do with. One little girl came over to me a while ago and she said, did you know that you're my great-great-great-great-grandmother in sponsorship? What a lovely thing to have people that you don't even know that are part of your family. What a blessing. You know, the best thing that you can leave, you know, we're all going to leave at some point in time. We're all going to die. Is that there's something that you could leave to someone. If I could leave the program that I was given, and if just some part out there would be carried on, what greater thing could you be remembered by? What greater? And when the sponsorship there, you've got it. You've got it going from generation to generation. And so as long as there's someone working the Al-Anon program, I will not have lived in vain. Because I am so grateful that there was someone there to pass that on to me. Communication was the first thing that went in our relationship, and it was the last thing to come back. It's real hard to be able to sit down and talk sense. That meant my way. Sense meant my way. But it is the last thing that comes back. But I found in that first thing when we prayed together about that convention, that was the beginning of communication. When we had the deal over the cigarette package, that was the beginning. There were so many little things. And now I can sit down and I can talk with J.D. You know, we can talk about the most sensitive areas of our life and not feel threatened. We can even talk about sex. We can talk about sex. And that was big growth. Very big growth. We can talk to each other and we can reason things out, you know, like it talks about in our book. We do not have to be afraid. There are no subjects that we can't talk about. Used to, there was a whole list. The first was we can't talk about his drinking. We can't talk about his family. We can't talk about my family. We can't talk about my weight. We can't talk about his hair, or lack of. There were a lot of very sensitive areas. And we're no longer threatened by those. Is that we have the freedom now to talk to one another because it's not a personal attack anymore. And when we bring God into that relationship, you see, the authority in our house is a loving God. And say, J.D. has an idea, it's got to be this way, and I have an idea, it's got to be that way. What do? Well, what you do is we both back off and we pray about it. And then God expresses himself, and either I give some and J.D. gives some, or I give a lot, or J.D. gives a lot, or a third situation comes up, solution that you never knew was there, because God is in there. God stands between me and J.D., holding my hand on one side and J.D.'s on the other, and that makes us a fellowship of equals. With God in the middle, there could be nothing stronger. I let go of God's hand and try to get over here and jerk around on J.D., the things get out of whack. When I get self-willed and I want to tell him what to do instead of letting God tell him what to do.
things get out of whack. And if I get back over here where I belong and leave JD alone with his God, then we have a good relationship. Having fun. I like having fun. Don't y'all like having fun? You know, I didn't know how to have fun. I was serious when I came. Serious. Everything that happened in my life was serious. Think of what all we've laughed about this weekend. Those things were not funny at the time. But there's healing in laughter. And when you can begin to laugh at yourself, and you can start first by laughing with me over my experiences, and maybe that will help you to laugh at yourself over some of the crazy cockamamie things that you do, we'll all get well together. I know one time having a sense of humor helps. I'd gotten stuck in JD's mother's front yard. I had buried the truck up to the axles. I'd gotten off of the driveway. I do not do backing up long distances very well. I do everything good on the short run. I'm not a marathoner, you know. But I was backing up and I got off the driveway and it had rained a lot and I just sunk right up to the axles. And JD got out and he cussed and raved and screamed and hollered. And that morning I'd made a decision that I was going to have a happy day regardless of what happened. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about that, and JD's out there cussing that, and I got out and I walked around and I looked at it and I said, well, I'll be damned, it's still in the mud. That didn't help. And JD died laughing, and so did I. You know, it didn't help. That doesn't change it. The other day I came home. I'd been out of town for a few days, and I've got 3 clothes hampers in I'm a very organized person. And I had 3 clothes hampers. I have one for linens, and I have one for clothes, and then I have one for work clothes. And so we have to fall within those categories. And in the bottom of one of the linens was some good clothes. It didn't belong there. And I looked at that and I said, how many times must I tell you, don't? And he looked at me and he said, well, how important is it? And I ran over and I grabbed him by the throat and I said, it's really important. And he looked at me and he said, I got you. And we both laughed. It was either that or have to kill him. You know, but we can laugh at these things now. We can do these little playful things. We can play with one another like we never could before. We can have lots of fun. You got to avoid the deliberate manufacture of misery. Some of us get in there. Have you ever noticed how when everything's going real good, you've got this, I wonder when the axe is going to drop? So you begin then to look for the bad instead of enjoying the good while you got it. Capitalize on your good, because trouble's going to come. It always does. But all things come to pass. And that's what I didn't recognize. You know, good times pass. You're going to have bad times. You're going to have trouble times. There's going to be sickness. That's called living. But the bad times will pass, just as the good times will pass. So we're always in a transition period, if you will. And it's learning to roll with the flow and take it as it comes. I was always the salmon that goes upstream to spawn, you know, getting krilled on the rocks and cracking out right at the end, you know. That was it. That's how I lived life. But now I've learned that I can turn around and go with the flow, and it's a lot easier. You don't get near as many scrapes and banged up on your nervous system. So the program principles: honesty, love, dedication, freedom, happiness, joy, dignity, integrity, self-discipline, hope, acceptance, commitment, spirituality, humility. Those are some of the ones that I live by. Your list may include those and more. Make this your program. The 12 steps is a way of life. Make it your way of life. I guarantee you that you will become happy, joyous, and free. I love it in the book where it talks about, surely you'll meet some of us as we trudge the road. Hey, don't you love that? Trudge. It's not skipping down the road. It's not just walking, running. It's trudge, and it is work. It's the hardest work you're ever going to do, but it's going to be the most rewarding that you're ever going to do. And after you do it long enough, it becomes a habit. It's so neat for me to see now the things that I used to do automatically, I don't do them so much, and that I'm more doing the newer stuff automatically. It's becoming second nature now. It's not as foreign to me as it once was. And that's what he's talking about, the practice. Doing it over and over and over. I have a problem with mechanical things. Do you ever have a problem with mechanical things? Don't you hate it when they break? I'd tell you what, I had the refrigerator down, the washing machine, the dryer. I've had so many things going wrong at the same time, and it would seem like to me it was a plague of things going wrong mechanically, and I didn't deal well with it. And guess what? More things would go wrong, and I didn't deal well with it. God has a tendency to keep putting these situations in front of you till you learn how to deal with them. And so finally I had asked God, I said, what's with the plague of the mechanical crap? I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it. And God said, well, do something different. Okay, I'm going to do something different. I was cooking JD's supper. He was working nights. I was cooking supper. It was a little after midnight. Finished, turned off my gas stove, and the flame is still on. This happens to be the burner with the brain. I looked at it and I said, I guess you got brain damage too. Now it began to disturb me that the fire wouldn't go out, because now the thought says to my mind, what if the thing gets blown out? Then we'll be gassed to death. That worries me. So I called the gas company. Now they've got an emergency number. Now this is for gas meters. And the guy says, I don't know anything about gas stoves. I said, I don't either, except you turn them off and on. And I turned it off and it's on. And he said, well, let me call one of the servicemen at home and see if they can tell you anything to do until tomorrow when the office opens. He said, I'll put you on hold and make a call. I said, okay. And all of a sudden I smelled this funny smell, and it's not gas. It smells like, you know how when resistors are burning? And I looked, and there's smoke pouring out of the top of my television while I'm on hold for the stove. So I go over there and I unplug the television. And the guy comes back on the phone and he said, we don't know what to tell you to do. We've never had one. I said, well, how are you on television? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, while I've been on hold, the TV's burn up. He said, from the stove? I said, no, on its own. He said, lady, how could you have a sense of humor with all this coming down? And I said, because I've learned that getting mad won't change it. And I haven't had, it's mechanical. I haven't had the plague when things go out. It doesn't drive me crazy anymore. I overcome it because I had a chance. The 12 steps changed my life. They continue to change my life as I continue to work them. I'm the best me I've ever been, but I'm not as good as I would like to be. I'm not perfect by a long shot. I guess you figured that one out. But I'm not nearly as sick as I once was. There's progress. I can be comfortable with me and be comfortable with you. But more importantly, I'm comfortable with my God. I know that my God loves me. I'm not afraid. I'm loved. I'm forgiven, and I'm greatly blessed. My name is Mary Pearl Thompson, and I am a grateful recovering Al-Anon, grateful for the program of AA who let us borrow their steps. I am grateful for the recovery of my husband through the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I am grateful for the sickness that brought me to a place where I could learn how to live. And we have healing, the healing of our fellowship that will take care of not only my personal sickness, but the relationship with my loved ones. I thank you for having me.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with, and it's actually controlled through the iPhone. through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.